All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the NADPC. Of course, Division 1, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. A brand new day of some NA Dotes. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We had an exciting day last time around. We had 3 series last time. This time we're back to 2. But today's series both feature our top 2 teams up against somewhere between our bottom 2. You know, it's a little bit rough for this matchup. It's gonna be an interesting one, Mike.
It certainly will be, Jonathan. We do have some very interesting matchups, to say the least. I think we're starting off with Shopify Rebellion up against Felden. I believe it's SKG versus Nouns after that. So it should be a pretty interesting day, to say the least. Not sure how those other teams are going to go, but we do have a recap, of course, of the last day of the NADPC. So we should have a look at that and see exactly what did happen. Of course, we had Nouns versus Felt to start things off on the weekend, and well, naturally, I mean, Nouns still a top 2 team, still undefeated. So I think it's kind of obvious that they probably did win out this series against Felt.
Yeah, Felt did put up a fight. You know, their early game was pretty strong. Managed to find this really good tempo up against Nouns, but it just wasn't enough. Again, we see the Enigma pop out. Still not the biggest fan of that. The Spirit Breaker seemed cool, but Morphling into Spirit Breaker, Mike. That's one way to counterpick. We keep talking about the Morphling as the better hero, and
yeah,
in a lot of these broken heroes, it tends to feel that way. You know, like imagine Morphling Spirit Breaker, Bulldoze up. What are you gonna do about a Morphling? Nothing. You can't stop him.
No, I mean, it is the one hero that you tend to see quite a bit against Spirit Breaker now, it feels like, and it really is a matter of you press Bulldoze, you have charge available. Like, this hero is kind of ridiculous when you can morph into an SP. It is pretty crazy how strong it is, and well, sadly for Team Felt, Game 2 did not go any better for them. And Nouns, even though their games did take roughly 40 minutes to finish, like they were quite convincingly taken. Just that Nouns tend to play a bit more of a conservative game and like not try to rush the game by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I mean, Felt, you kind of feel bad for the boys losing out this series once again, but at the same time, you know, it is kind of expected here against Nouns, and Nouns just take full advantage, just finish off the job. 2-0, not too big of a deal here for Nouns. I don't think that's quite an upset as SKG versus Dogchamp. This one was a little bit, I thought it would be closer, John, between these two, but SKG, they've been looking pretty rocky.
Yeah, it's looked really rough for the side of SKG. I think we talked about some of the focal points last time when that game was running as well. It does feel like they're struggling to get strong lanes coming out. It just feels like every single time we see them, their laning phase is not a shining moment for the team, especially on Ducho's lane. I think that's really the rough point. Like game 1, we see the Centaur come out, a hero that we don't tend to see too often. Doesn't really do much in that lane up against the Morphling once more. And in the second game, it doesn't get any easier. They did go for, I believe, the Darkseer there, and they force out the Nyx pick, right? Like in game 2. So it's just like these lanes just don't have presence up against the heroes that Dogchamp pick up. Dogchamp, for their part, they play a really clean game. There's not too much going on. You know, it's like it's just clean. They look like the stronger team outright, regardless of draft. And I think for Sand King Gomez, they went off to a really strong start beating Alpha, but otherwise we haven't seen that rise that you would want to see in a Div 2 promo T. It is within expectations for a lot of people, but I think for a team like Sand King Gomez, I mean, this is their first tour in higher division games, so perhaps every single matchup is just a learning experience, but you are seeing a little bit of a disparity between skill levels with some of the veterans now.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a, you know, it's been a rocky start. And speaking of Alpha, of course, they were up against Bait. Now, this was a very interesting matchup, Jonathan. You and I, in particular, were very entertained by this game, number 1, I think it was, between Bait and Alpha. And yeah, spoiler alert, Alpha ended up making a pretty big comeback here against Bait in game 1. And I mean, they won the series 2-1 as well, Alpha, which was, I think many people were quite surprised about that. But Alpha actually managing to make the series work in their favor.
Yeah, that was rough to watch for Bait. To be fair, game 1 was actually, it reached a point where you don't know what's happening. Look at that. The Divines left on the table in the middle of that fight. Literally anyone, Dendi could have grabbed it. No one grabbed it until the fight was actually over. Then the TA grabs it back with a buyback.
Well, this is the part that bothered me the most. Funnick literally walked right next to it and just said, "No,
Yeah.
I'm not picking it up." And that
Can't be
was like,
bothered. Look, it's still
so
there.
come on, man.
The
What are you
Blessed
doing?
Kid doesn't even pick it up as well. It's like, what is going on in that game one? Game two, though. Game two, we see Bait kind of rally, take a pretty convincing game in 34 minutes. They come out with a strong draft. We see Funix Monkey King do a ton of work, and it felt like Alpha this time could not find that tempo themselves. It just went off a lot rockier. I think Dendy popped off here as well in his quap. So it looked pretty strong. You know, Stominen just farmed, became a semi-core, 30-10 scoreline. Rough affair for Alpha, but then game 3 comes along, and Alpha suddenly just looked like this super strong team, and it became rough for Bait. Like, it was so much back and forth. I didn't think I'd expect this coming out from Alpha. I felt like Bait, despite their downsides, they have a consistent performance level, and it feels like in this series it just wasn't consistent enough up against a team like Alpha.
Yeah, it certainly did not feel that way. Things were pretty rough, to say the least, here for Bait, and I'm pretty sure after that series they'll probably be asking themselves what the hell just went wrong. As we are going to have a look at the leaderboard, of course, after all those games. Now still in first place, 4-0. Shopify Rebellion right after them, 4-0. They're basically tied right now in terms of scoreline. Like, it's basically, you know, the double in first place. Of course, TSM still in the running to fight for their major slot, but the power's kind of outside of their hands at the moment. So they are just sitting in third, DogChamp sitting at fourth, which is a pretty big increase as well for DogChamp, right? Like, this team, I feel like they were consistently coming on the lower end of things, but now it's slowly starting to feel like DogChamp might actually be in the running to, like, fight one of these top 3 teams.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I think their performance has just really improved over time. We've seen them look great, and I'm keen to see how much more they can get done. Still taking a look at the matches we have today. We do have our schedule lined up. We've got 2 series lined up here. Shopify Rebellion up against Felt. Nouns up against Sand King Gomez. That second one, you know, we talked about Nouns, we talked about Sand King Gomez. After the recent performances, I would say that should be very, very Nouns favored. I want Sand King Gomez to surprise us, but, you know, I don't think it's that likely, unfortunately, Mike.
It certainly doesn't feel that way, Jonathan, but we'll see. You know, we can't count them out yet. We'll give them a chance to show us what they've got here in these in this series here and see if they can kind of make it up. But Shopify Rebellion against Felt's going to be the one we start off with, of course. That should be a lot of fun to watch. Felt have not had the best run. I mean, there's no other way to sugarcoat it. They have not had the best time. Currently sitting in last place, not one series won for Felt against the juggernaut, which is Shopify Rebellion, who haven't lost the series, and I believe they haven't lost a single game. There's currently 8-0. So can Felt take the game off them is the question. My answer is probably no, but, you know, let's not be anti-hype here, John. Maybe they can.
Yeah, maybe they can. There's always the possibility. But Shopify Rebellion's not a team that toys around too much. We can take a look at some of our team comparisons here between top and bottom. And that is quite the disparity, Mike. Quite the disparity. The assists are much higher on Shopify Rebellion. The deaths are a third of the deaths that we're seeing out from Felt, and the kills are nearly twice as well on Shopify Rebellion. And I mean, again, this is the top and bottom comparison, so these results are pretty brutal, Mike, to say the least.
Yeah. Yes, they are, Jonathan. Yes, yes, they are. It's not the friendliest stats here for the side of Felt, but what can you do? It's their own stats. We can't hide them, Jonathan. As you can see, the average building damage is the one that always makes me laugh, because if you're not winning games, you're not going to have high building damage. So obviously, Shopify have a much higher average building damage here stat line against Felt, but nevertheless, again, they are completely undefeated. So you kind of expect that. I still think it's going to be a fun series. Like, whether Shopify Rebellion are going to actually like meme around or not is a question entirely that I'm waiting to see, as we can do a bit of a player comparison. And as per usual, we are probably going to look at the mid lane, because that's all you and I seem to ever care about is the mid lane matchup. And Kits versus Arbed. I think Kits is a great mid laner. I can't wait to see what he gets done here against Arbed. I think he can show us a lot of potential, but it's not going to be an easy matchup for him.
No, definitely not. And this is a little bit of a Philippine comparison. I believe Kits is Phil-Am. Abed is, of course, fully Filipino, but he's lived in the States for what, 3-4 years now with his time on the stack. So it's always an interesting comparison. I love seeing Filipino versus Filipino mids, but the stats also speak for themselves. Again, Kits has been promising, though. I think Kits has been a highlight for Felt. The acquisition of Kits has breathed life into them, but at the same time, there's only so much one player can do. There's only so much individual skill can do, right? It's a team game, and they have to work as a team. Yeah, you mentioned whether or not Shopify Rebellion would meme. I don't think they've been memeing hard outside of maybe RTZ trying to break a GPM record and Saberlight muting himself for some item builds. Beyond that, like Abed, Fly, and Crit are pretty much the serious players as we heard in our interview with Crit. Yeah. So even if there was two meme, I'm pretty sure a majority of Shopify Rebellion would play it seriously, at the least.
Surely. Well, we'll see, because we do have a draft live right now, so we can bring that up and see exactly what is going to happen. Because the draft generally tells you if there is going to be a bit more of a, a meme game or not here between these two teams. We are going to, of course, have to wait out these initial ban phases, but at least Shopify for now, they'll get rid of that broken Medusa. They don't want to have to play against it. Felt they'll get rid of the techies. We'll see what else they want. Like, do you want to get rid of the Doom? Do you want to get rid of the Beastmaster? Do you want to do with these heroes? The Void Spirit in particular, the Wind Ranger that we've been seeing a lot from Shopify Rebellion, perhaps. Well, they do get rid of the Doom on the side of Felt and Shopify. Do you want to play Void Spirit or do you not want to play Void Spirit is the question, right? Because if you're going to pick it up yourself, you may as well leave it if you can.
Yeah.
Armin's going to get pretty tired of playing it, I think, though.
Oh, he never gets tired. We've heard from a lot of people about how Abed likes to play, and he generally is okay just playing the same hero over and over and over and over again. He's got mental fortitude beyond his years, Mike, for his young age. I don't know how he does it, but he is. That's just the way they roll. They ban out the Skyrath Mage on Shopify Rebellion, so again, probably just looking to enable that Abed mid. Don't want to have to deal with any of that counter control. Ancient Seal tends to be annoying. Felt open up with a Beastmaster, so they do get to pick up that tool for themselves. Then Shopify Rebellion, Bloodseeker immediately coming out. Very interesting for them to start off with that along with Lich, but that is a strong laning duo. There's a lot of slows, a lot of armor to play with. You can just trade pretty well.
What's he doing with that mouse? Scratching his face with the mouse, John. I've never seen that before.
That's an interesting way to use a mouse. I don't believe that's the natural grip posture, but if he plays the game like this, that might be his meme today.
I mean, that would be impressive to say the least, Jonathan. I'm not sure how that would work, but it would be rather impressive. And, I think I'd rather watch his hand movements than I'd watch the game if that was going to be the case. We did see the Bloodseeker Lich opening. Pretty strong duo to have in the safe lane, right? Like, very easy to land the Blood Rights with all the slow that you have with the Lich. And it's quite easy for the Bloodseeker to chase anyone down when you combine the Thirst and the Frost Shield together. So, pretty nice combo to get started here for Shopify. Felt, of course, on the other side of things, they've got the Beastmaster, they've got the Storm Spirit. Storm, of course, being one of the kit's special heroes, so You want to play comfort, I think, against a team like Shopify Rebellion. If you're not confident running some kind of really weird cheese, you'd much rather just play your comfort heroes, and I think for kids who enjoy the Storm.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about too much. You can kind of ban out your mid matchups now on the side of Felt if you really don't want to deal with certain heroes. I feel like the Void Spirit's probably just the big one. Void and Ember, take them out and just maybe make Abed play something else and kind of see where it goes. Right now, they ban out the Underlord first, so just clearing out something more, again, top tier off lanes. That's been Doom, Beastmaster, Underlord for the most part. So they take care of those tools away. And they take care of the Puck, which can lock in the Storm. I'm wondering which Spirit Bird they ban out. Shopify is just kind of speeding through this one. Pugna, Coddle taken out, any sort of battery for the Storm taken away. So now what's your poison here, Felt? You van the Void Spirit or the Ember? Either or.
10 seconds remaining.
Or the Quap, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, there's also Quap.
5 seconds remaining.
Tango, right?
Probably.
It just feels like when you're playing, like if Void Spirit's left, you just take it. You know, it's just that kind of hero right now.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, Felder taking their sweet time with this final ban.
Radiant team ban.
There you
Void
go.
Spirit it is. All right, fair enough. That hero is arguably the most busted hero among the most busted heroes of this patch. RTZ looks bored.
He's
really
always
bored.
he's been complaining about being bored quite a lot on his stream, Jonathan. I gotta tell you,
10
he's been
seconds
complaining quite a lot recently about being bored. I expect some very good results at the major RTZ, Mr. Bored. You know, considering he is so bored, surely the challenge will come in Bali.
No. You see, the game plan is if you're bored in Bali, right? You pass your group stages, you bomb out in the playoffs at the start, then you get more beach time,
That's right.
right? Because you
That is
don't
true.
fly off until the end of the event if you make it to playoffs. So that's the game plan. That's what R2 is thinking about now. Oh God, I want to go to the beach in Bali. That sounds fun.
I mean, why not?
Radiant team
It does sound fun, Jonathan. Rana is banned out here from Shopify Rebellion's end, which is pretty interesting because, you know, we've seen Crit pick up Mirana that many times now. They will go into the Ember Spirit mid here for Shopify Rebellion, already knowing the matchup with the Storm, so just going for that classic, I don't want to say counter pick, but, you know, it is the classic pick against the Storm. How do they want to respond to this?
10
I'd say
seconds
you want a little bit more lockdown from your supports. So Peacemaster's already nice. You want to secure
5
yourself
seconds remaining.
a strong lane. Without techies, maybe something like Enchantress could feel good. It gives you a basic dispel to perhaps deal with Lich as well. Not the worst thing in the world. Take care of the Frost Armor. That can be really annoying to deal with. You go with the Silencer first. So there's your hard lockdown for the Ember. Global Silence, though, is a pretty long cooldown, but we have seen this as a solution. It's never going to be comfy for the opposing Spirit Brother until a self-dispel's up. So either BKB or Yules, or probably not Manta on Ember. More than likely the BKB. So they do have a good way of just forcing these team fights out now in Felt. And, you know, it's just stable. Pause 5 Silencer tends to not necessarily win, but also very rarely loses lane.
Very, very true. Phil? Perhaps another support to come out. They still do lack their pos 4 as well. Could go for a carry if they really want to. Like, they already know they're up against the Bloodseeker, so it'd be an option to just pick up the carry now if they really want it. They might just save it for the last pick though instead. Like, you know, just pick up the pos 4 if you can. They are going to use pretty much most of their reserve time for this fourth pickup here for the side of Felt. Wondering what they're really thinking here with the Beastmaster. Like, you know what, you're up against a Bloodseeker, so chances are that bottom lane's going to be pretty tough as it is. Which is probably why you saw the Mirana ban. It's just a hero that can kind of leap away if it does get caught. Instead, they are going to go for the edge. So they are going to go this lane dominating kind of pos 4. Or they could just run the pos 4 silencer. Either way, both of them are quite dominant in lane. But Shopify Rebellion, they do turn around with the pos 4 clicks. And this hero, I don't think is going to care so much about the edge silencer.
No, it really doesn't. It's just going to run them down once it has the levels and cheaper items up. So I like that coming out here. There's not much to really punish the Clinks. There's no like instantaneous burst to deal with this hero. And it's just going to be really, really annoying to have to contend with. I think the
Dire team ban.
Ench, again, its usefulness here is not just lane domination, but really just a dispel to take care of the Frost Shield. Like, that is something that's super annoying to deal with. It's a lot of armor in the laning phase. It boosts your EHP up by a huge amount. So I do like seeing that ban out here, or that pickup here by the side of Felt, because I've seen a lot of games where the Lich is
5
just allowed
seconds remaining.
pretty free time in just armoring up, and Ench is a solution. Although I'm not sure if it's really worth just picking the Ench there. Like, the lane domination still feels alright. Ench Beastmaster can be pretty nice. Like, you can safely harass out Bloodseeker and Lich, I suppose, with your right-click trades, but Lich probably doesn't care too much. And again, once Frost Armor's up, if you do go level 1 Frost Armor, you're not using Impetus as often in these lower levels, so the right-click harass doesn't feel as good. You can always heal back up on the Bloodseeker lane.
5 seconds
They've banned out the chorus now that the Bloodseeker probably can't take care of. Naga gone, Terrorblade gone as well. And Felt taking care of those offlanes for Saberlight. Pretty much 4 of their bans going into that offlane. They do pick up the Magnus, so that's our safe lane mag coming out. Magnus Silencer lane, it's decent enough. And of course, we've seen Magnus scale up insanely as a universal type. Hero Field's very solid right now as well. Harpoon buildup is pretty potent, so I like seeing that come out from Felt. I think that could be the spice that we're looking for. You don't really have a hero to tie into with the Empower outside of yourself, so that should allow maybe just all-in focus on farm and just being that hyper carry here.
I mean, who are you kidding, Johnny? We all know these POS 1 Magnuses, they don't empower other people. You empower yourself and that's it. Doesn't matter who else is in the game. Screw them. They don't need it. Shopify. They'll have a think about their last pickup here. I mean, still lacking, what is it? Just an off lane here for Saberlight by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's hard to see. I mean, they banned literally 4 heroes on the off lane, just removing Saberlight's pool, which honestly I feel like should make Saberlight happy. He gets to play something else entirely. You know, like in our first interview with Saberlight, it's like, yes, I get to play Beastmaster again for the nth time. Maybe he plays a Lycan. I don't think it's a great Lycan game, but could be.
That's kind of the question, is like, what does he actually want to play now? Like, his usuals are just gone. So it's like, well, what do you want, Saberlight? So he had a fair bit to say. The problem is the rest of his team's telling him probably not to do it. It's like, Saberlight, this, we don't want to run this, sir. We'll see. I mean, he definitely does play a Lycan, but it's, I wouldn't say the hero's in the best place. Go on, John.
I think a Lycan with Clink support and Bloodseeker feels pretty nice. Even with the Ember, Howl just has a lot of value. Like the minus armor feels great when you're playing with all of these physical output heroes. Wouldn't mind it too much. You could be an aura builder as well. They go with the Axe. There's the spice. Saberlight gets to play something else.
Axe is fun.
There you go. Axe has been a hero that has not performed too well in the DPC, but this is Shopify Rebellion. And this is something that Shopify Rebellion does a lot. They pick these heroes that have abysmal win rates and bait other teams into picking them up. They start off with a Wind Ranger for RTZ, and maybe now they'll bait other teams into picking the Axe, because it hasn't been shaping up too well in pretty much all the DPC regions, I believe. It's just not the sharpest Axe right now. But I do feel like this lane it's strong enough. Like there's decent play with a Clinks and an Axe. They should be able to impact Burnus farm quite a fair bit. I am keen to see how Felt counteracts that. I think for Shopify Rebellion, it's kind of weird because you've got a farming 4, you've got a farming off lane, you've got a farming safe lane. So the tempo is a little bit slower. I think Felt, granted, they can't really abuse that because they don't have the highest cycling of their spells with Global Silence reliance here, so it's not as simple for them to keep running and forcing fights when Global Silence is on cooldown. So I think it's a little bit awkward for them to fight into that as well, but that does give them a little bit of tempo in the first 15 minutes. If they manage to get a good laning start, they can try to shut down the map, because frankly, you're going to be farming a little bit in crit. You're definitely going to be farming on Saberlight and RTZ. So it's only like 2 heroes ready to go. We know what the Clinks does. It waits for Medallion, Solar Crest, and then Orchid. And, that does take buildup. That does take space. Felt can kind of fight while that Clinks is looking for space.
Well, I look forward to seeing how this game number 1 does go here. I felt obviously a pretty tough matchup here against Shopify Rebellion, but hopefully we see a good fight being put up here by the side of Felt. And I can't say I'm very confident with this draft they've picked up, but they have picked up their comfort heroes at the very least. So if they're going to have a good game, it's probably game number 1 based off the draft that they do have. So I think we can head into game number 1 and see exactly how everything does end up panning out. For Shopify Rebellion, though, I'm very, very excited to see how this Axe does work out from Saberlight, because I'm an Axe enjoyer, Jonathan, and I don't get to see this hero very often, sadly, in the pro meta. So it's about bloody time that I get to see a bit of Axe being played here, and Saberlight, he's the guy that could make it work.
Yeah, but this is again a thing with Shopify Rebellion. They just pick these heroes they know they can They know they can afford to
Uh-oh.
pick because they can. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a big group up. A huge blood right's going to be dropped, though. Arteezy, he's hit 3 heroes. Kits is going down, but Arteezy, he gets low. The axe is going right through everyone. It's going to be a 2-for-1 so far. 3-for-1. Ahmed's trying to run. He may make it out, but no, the blood grenade does end up landing. He's in big trouble. They should have their way with him as well. 4 down for the side of Shopify. Where are the fill downers at?
They run off. They force the issue in Shopify Rebellion. Good positioning from Felt. Good awareness that a play would come out. And now the good luck comes out from
Usually it's the other way around, Ahmed.
Oh, what is this? Oh. That's a good tone. That's a good tone coming out.
I think you can chat.
Maybe not like this for Solji.
He's feeling charitable. It's fine. They already took 4 kills, Johnny. You can give 1 away. No worries.
Yeah, give and take. Give and take. You know, have to be fair. Don't want to start off with too big of an advantage. They do grab 3 bounty runs for their trouble there as well. So Felt, I mean, they're in the right spot at the right time to get good punishment off. They set themselves up for a pretty decent start. Let's see how well they can capitalize off of that as we are taking a look at that mid. It's our Phil Am versus Filipino matchup, if I'm not mistaken, with Kits and Abed. Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit. Pretty common matchup. Does feel decent enough for the Ember. Does feel like his itemization is a little bit faster, at least in lane. Right, like Falcon Blade timing can feel a little bit slower in comparison to your Orb of Corrosion phase boots. Like Falcon Blade, Witchblade is just a little bit more form. Abed should have no real problems in trying to clear out, apply his own harass. For Kits, it's stable enough. Like you should expect at least even farm here for both sides.
What about that top lane? Like we're looking at it right now. Albino, he's trying to get harassment out the best he can, but he seems to be struggling against the battle hunger and crits tar bomb damage that's coming out. And he might actually just be dead. Albino, 1 hit away from dying. Crit now going to get skewered here by Hidden Immune. So now he's in danger. Last word's going to come out on Crit, and it looks like he's just dead. Never mind. Albino's fine.
Yeah, just going a little bit too far forward. He got clipped at the last end of that skewer. Like, he didn't move, but he took the damage. That's enough to kind of clear him out there. Good punishment again, coming out from the side of Felt. Still taking a look at that bot lane as well. You've got Artur on that Bloodseeker with Fly on the Lich up against Fade on the Beastmaster along with Solji on the Yench. And this one, it's not too bad. Again, you're seeing that slow stacking to chase him down.
Yeah, Fade is going to be chased here by Arteezy, has the level 1 Thirst, and Fly is just going to finish the job. It's just that easy, though. Like, the Ench leaves the lane for a moment. You just get the Frost Blast into the Blood Right, and it's a very simple kill for the side of Shopify.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much for you to chase down. And the Enchantress, down the line, it's going to have value in terms of dispelling off the Frost Armor. So you've always got a way of ensuring that at least that durability and slow is taken away. At least one of them is taken away. For Fade, it's not the hardest lane to maybe run the boar, but Lich can just focus and nuke it down. You can kind of feed off of it as well. It's a Bloodseeker. The Axe buildup, it's okay. You can still harass out, but Bloodseeker kind of self-sustains a little bit too well. As long as he gets last hits, you're pretty fine. Artur's not really being shoved away from this lane in any capacity. Number 1 in CS, 15-5. And I don't see this changing anytime soon. Maybe level 4 for this off lane does start to feel better, especially if Solji hits that timing. Like level 2 Impetus does sound like a fairly good thing. You can just kind of trade back, but until that point, it's just a little bit slower going.
Yeah, it certainly is. Crit being chased down again. Sablight's actually gone for the creep pull behind the tier 1 tower, so maybe just not feeling as comfortable against the Silencer Magnus. Just wants to, get the safer farmers. Bottom lane, they do go again for Fade. In fact, Fade ran right back in, so he might be in danger now because Fly, he does get the Frost Shield off with the Frost Blast. Fade dropping pretty quickly. Fly not able to finish the job though, as now they're going to try and turn back around onto the Lich. Fade still has to be careful, and so does Solji, because Fly may have just baited them in. Do they even have the damage? They will eventually, but Arteezy's going to clean up. He won't get Fade yet, though. He's thinking about it. Arteezy. I feel like he actually could have gone for that, but he won't risk it. He'll get back to the creep wave.
You see a little bit of that enchant in play, right? They dispel off the frost shield on Fly, so the chase becomes a little bit more awkward onto Fade. Arteezy's still going right now.
Fade's proving to be tanky enough to get through it. Arteezy trying his best to be as aggressive as possible, but he wants to keep his HP pool in check, so does try to back his way out, though Solji is here now, but Arteezy, he does have Fly right behind him, so he's going to be alright.
Fortify.
Very nice fortify. The Soldier's going to be careful because Arteezy's going to move in. Fly trying to kind of hold him at bay. There's a big creep wave, but Arteezy's still moving in with Fly. Low HP pool, but one more hit might do it and Fly will get it. Only thing is, I think Arteezy wanted it for the HP regen because now Albino's here, but Arteezy's just going to keep manning up. They have found Fly, but the Bloodseeker is going to find at least the Silencer. And this time around, he will get the kill.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forths. This rotation coming out from Felt. It's not worthwhile just to kill a Lich. Sacrificing yourself to Arturo like that. The Bloodseeker already up top, and see as every single lane in terms of the course farming is looking a lot sharper here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And I like the ideas Felt has. You know, just get aggressive, get some punishment going, but you have to not feed back. Like, it has to be clean punishment, not trades. Shopify Rebellion will always feel good about the support for core trade. It's down mid.
Oh, kids. He tried to move in at level 5 and he might just get punished for it as Arbed is still dropping, but Kits is dropping lower and is going to go down. Arbed's still sticking around as they will chase down Albino Zebra. And Arbed's just casually waiting for the Sleight of Fist. It will not be enough, though, to actually secure the kill, so Fly does take it once again. Crit now being chased here by Solji. Should be going down. Oh, Fade looking for the axes. Oh, it's not enough.
Oh my god.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, they're pushing it to the limits here, Shopify Rebellion, and that does cost Fade a TP in. He's going to be missing some time in the lane. There's no stacks for him to really clear out. One stack of Ancients. Not really juicy enough for you to dip out of lane just yet. Again, every lane for Shopify Rebellion starting to shape up. That focus onto mid. Abed, I mean, again, he hits this Orb Corrosion plus Blades of Attack timing. You just melt through a storm. Pre-level 6 as well for Kits. A lot harder to hold that lane. Saberlight just getting some bolts and clearing out the camps up top as well.
Oh, I think he might. Yep, Fly, he's got it. Wisdom Rune taken, and now Arteezy's here. Oh, poor old Fade. Just could not catch a break already on this Beastmaster. Is going to go down. Wisdom Rune stolen away from the poor man, and oh, it's looking like a pretty rough Beastmaster game already by the seams of it.
Yeah, they aren't finding anything they'd want. Albino Zebra is trying to punish Crit a little bit, but not going to be able to cross that gate on the side. Oh, enough damage? No.
The curse is still going, but he's got a Fairy Fire up, and now Crit's going to turn back around thanks to the call of Saberlight, who will go for the dunk. Does get that +1 armor very early on as Fade again going to find himself in trouble. Bottom lane. Oh, even Arbit's going to move in. Shopify, they will take down Fade, and it seems like they're probably going to find Solji as well. Solji, yeah, just going down to the Frostmaster Fly, who found his 4th kill of the game here on the Lich. 12-7 already here in the favor of Shopify Rebellion.
It looked like a strong start, right? You get 4 kills, 3 kills for free, and your lanes just end up collapsing anyway. It's just a tough one. With this kind of lineup. Like, again, the Enchantress is nice to dispel off Frost Shield. Good for the right-click trades as well with the Impetus, but it just doesn't feel like you have enough control.
RP does land. Kits, he's there with the Vortex. That'll be a great kill here on Arteezy. Fly's going to try and TP out, knowing there's no Vortex available, and he's going to be just fine to do so. But they've already got the big kill they wanted in the Bloodseeker. That's great news here for Phil.
That's a pretty massive pick-off for them to find. And that is worthwhile for the RP usage from Burna. So you're more than happy to get that done. You've got some room to breathe now. on Fade. He gets to go to another lane, just try to farm. Top has been pressured by Crit. And we're at the point where you've got the Blink Vanguard on Saberlight at 9 minutes. That is a ridiculous timing on the Axe.
That's quick.
Clearing out the Ancients. He's ready to go.
That is really quick. Here we go. Soldier's going to be the person that's going to find out about the surprise blink reveal. This is probably going to be very confused at how he got it so quickly. The Chain Frost, very unlucky bounces here from Fly, but it won't matter. They'll still get the job done in the end. And well, the side of Feld, I mean, they're hanging around here. Maybe they can pick off the Lich, but they've got to be so cautious about where this Axe is going because Sablelight's running right back towards them. They've got the Lich down for a moment, but the call is there. They'll still find the kill on Fly. They'll chase for more now. Hidden Immune is hitting very, very hard at the moment as the Magnus. And even Arbet is being chased down as the Ember. But he does have a Remnant available. So he's going to be just fine. As the rest of Shopify, they do group up. Now Bino Zebra now being chased as Crit in the mid lane. Also going down here to the Empower damage. Zip in. Call is out from Saberlight to keep Crit alive. Now the Magnus skewering forward, but Hidden Immune trying to find Saberlight. Does get the shockwave off, but he's in danger. Oh, he's just gone. Saberlight takes the kill onto Hidden Immune. Arteezy now just moving like a really, really fast Bloodseeker as they clear them up completely. Only one survivor on the side of Felt. And I say that he might be going down. Arteezy saw Fade. Rupture out immediately. Fade's going to try for the TP, but Arbit's got the chains out. That's going to make it a full team wipe now.
Full team wipe across the map. You only find Crit for your trouble here on Felt. Again, I appreciate that they're trying to play aggressively. That is where their lineup feels like it should shine, but they don't even have the initial farm advantage coming out of these lanes. Shopify Rebellion's much more well-equipped to take these fights. Like, look at the farm disparity with all the cores. Fade
Arteezy
is less farmed than Crit. Kits is way underfarmed in comparison to Abed. Only Burna's kind of keeping up here on the Magnus, which is to be expected. Like, the fact that this Clinks has more farm than the Beastmaster, that's tough.
It's very tough, John. Solji. I mean, he got his ward down. Of course, it's going to be an immediately de-warded Shopify Rebellion. He's kind of using the ward bait there and a bit of extra value with the de-ward for Fly. I mean, it's really disastrous when you're up against an Axe that has Blink Vanguard at 9 minutes. Like, it's so hard to come back now, and it's kind of the thing, like, your comeback mechanic being the stacks being made for a person like Fade, they're just going. Like, Hidden Immune will not get stacks out of this game if Saberlight's around. He'll move in now to try and snipe some of the creeps, but those were his creeps to try and secure as he does get called up into the Chain Frost. The boar's making a bounce around. Hidden Immune's in trouble. Kits, he'll zip in, but the Magnus is still going to go down. Fly eventually will drop as a trade, but Saberlight, he's going to jump in right on the storm with a great call out, but the roar is there. Fade will hold down Saberlight just for a little bit longer. Saberlight might drop, but in comes Arteezy. Fade, he's going to TP away. Meanwhile, Saberlight somehow still alive.
Oh,
he's
my
going to
God.
take down Albino Zebra. It's pretty rough.
It's rough going. That is a nice juke from Saberlight, cutting the tree, hiding behind the other tree in that line, dodging out some additional right clicks, and just outplaying. The side of Felt, I get the pressure, right? Like, they need to fight over these stacks. There's nothing left. Already, when they came in, there were like 2 creeps that Burna found. Not enough to make that worthwhile. Look at Crit. He's just stalking, blocking
What is
camps.
it with people just focusing offlaners these days? Arbet? Hidden Immune? Actually, a fair bit of damage coming out from Crit, so definitely does not want to be around there at the moment. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Soldier's being watched. Soldier gonna get slowed up. Saberlight's in for the easiest call of his life. And of course, the dunk is going to be out from the Axe. Hidden Immune is still sticking around, but the problem is Crit is giving pretty much full vision over the Magnus, so they could try to make a dive in. But he will back off at the right moment. Head towards the mid lane instead, where Arbet is poking at Kits. The 24-11 now, 10k advance is the way of Shopify Rebellion. They felt not out of the game yet, but they are sure as hell behind.
They're behind in a very severe gap. 10k at 14 minutes in. I'm just staring at this farm graph, Mike. At some point, Crit's going to have more farm than Kits.
You're not wrong, John. You're not wrong.
That's
easy.
big.
Yeah, it's a free kill. Wisdom Rune's taken again. Felt forced to just try and farm the Radiant Triangle instead, but it's, you know, it's tough. Like, all their stacks have just been stolen. They try to make the jump on Arteezy, but Saberlight's there immediately with the call. They are P Arteezy up, but where's the follow-up damage? Hidamune now going to find himself in danger as Saberlight's just waiting for the dunk, and he does hand it over. They literally knew it was coming. He put the blood right down preemptively. This Fade, can you believe it, John, is going to die to Crit. It's just not getting any better.
No, it isn't. It truly isn't, Mikey. It's a clinic coming out from Shopfire Rebellion. Again, outside of that first blood shenanigans that came out, it's been smooth going for the side of Shopfire Rebellion. They've got complete map control. They've got all the punishment coming out. We are reaching that point where Crit is overtaking Kits in farm. So your only core is really the Magnus.
Salty. Bye-bye, sir. Hidamune. He's trying to get some kind of skewer back, perhaps, but no RP available. Has the harpoon, but can't really get in range for it. Instead, they'll smoke towards the top lane where they are going to see the Bloodseeker. Problem is, Crit has already broken the smoke. So they know very well that the smoke is coming. Arteezy, he's still going to get jumped. He's a tanky boy, but maybe not quite tanky enough as they do commit the roar here on the Bloodseeker. But Arteezy, he's going to man up. Albino Zebra, the one in danger is Arteezy, still being left behind, is going to go down. But instead, they find the Magnus. Still a great kill here for the side of Felt, if they can get out with their lives intact. I just don't think they really can right now because they are rushing right towards them, Shopify. Saberlight waiting in the tree line for the right call, does find two of them. There's one dunk. There might be another very soon, but Kit's going to jump in for the zip. It's just not enough. Saberlight eventually just going to die to the tier 2 tower. But it's a full team wipe before that happens.
It works out. I feel like even Artur could have lived through if he just ran for the silencer and got the last hit. Got a little bit of that healing on the blood on the tourist and then just ran out, perhaps, but doesn't even matter. 34-13, they clean up nicely on Shopfire Rebellion. Again, some punishment coming out from Falcon, even though this is ridiculous. You look at the post-fight, even though they lose 4 heroes, they still gain so much gold that they're only 200 behind in that trade for 4 for 1. I mean, it's good for them. They're finding something.
Oh,
it's
look
just,
at this.
Oh boy.
This is why I can't stand this pos 4 Clinks, man. This is against the pos 1 Magnus. He was chained up, but he basically 1v1'd him. Considering he RP'd Arvid, like, it's basically just Crit versus the Mag. Albino Zebra, I don't know if you really want to be around, sir. I mean, he does need the XP, though. Albino's literally level 6 right now. 17 minutes in, so he's not feeling very good. Bit of a jump on Crit, but Crit's just literally going to walk away with the Skeletal Walk.
So, I mean, you did basically 1v1 a core, to be fair.
Yeah.
And I can't believe it. Fly has more farm than Fade. When did that happen? I guess from the last fight. Yeah, when he got that good Chain Frost off. That is not a good sign. None of this is a good sign, to be fair.
Radiant are scanning.
I thought they're going to hold the high ground. They want to fight underneath their own vision. Definitely clever, but the problem is, like, I think Shopify are very well aware that vision is available for the Dire at that area. They have scanned them out as well, so they know exactly where they are. And Shopify, they don't care about the vision. They're just running it. Screw it. Saberlight. They are stacked up right now. He can't quite see them, though, but this could be a pretty big call. Sakama Zarbed is going to get jumped, but they are pretty grouped up together. Saberlight, where are you, sir? He's moving in, but he's only found one. He's only got the silencer still flying. Just look at this Chain Frost. Giga Chad Fly. He took down 2 of them by himself.
They call
Shopify taking down 4 again. Yeah, I mean, I don't quite blame them, John. It's a bit of a depressing game here for Phil. Soldi not going to be able to escape death either. Saberlight, one last dunk before the game's over. Well, I can't say it was unexpected, John. You know?
Yeah, not unexpected. That's probably the fastest. Well, not really the fastest. I believe we've seen a 16-minute GG up against Shopify Rebellion. But among the faster games, so fast that we're still stuck in the post game, and you know, it is what it is. It's that quick, Mikey. It caught all of us unprepared. And the side of Shopify Rebellion, again, showing us why they are the top dog in NA. A very dominant win up against the side of Felt. Felt, for their part, it's not like they really went wrong with anything. Maybe the Enchantress pick for me was, like, it has its justifications. I just didn't feel like it played enough with a Beastmaster. Like, the Dispel did save their lives a couple of times in lane. Otherwise, it didn't feel like they had enough play with a Silencer and support duo. And even then, I'm not sure if that would have been enough considering how the lanes were executed. I don't think it's a draft problem at all. It's just Shopify is playing very clean, and they know how to push themselves to the limit. We somehow have some highlights. We can take a look at that.
Yeah, I'm sure these will be very, very short. 10 minutes in, Jonathan, we're already over halfway through the game here in game one. This is where I think things went really wrong, right? Like the big dive in, you saw Hidamune die immediately. Like, he was having a pretty good time farming. He was only, 400 gold behind Arteezy at that stage of the game, but that one death really allowed them to start to snowball out of control here on Shopify Rebellion, and then you just saw that the stacks being taken here. The ancient stacks were taken by Saberlight. Hidamune came in to try and contest that, but just started taking 1 billion damage here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Never even got the RP off, and I believe this was the fight where Saberlight had the really nice juke and just didn't end up dying, even though he really should have. He ended up surviving throughout the whole thing, and
look at that.
Well, there it is, just behind the tree line. Albino Zebra could not get it done in time, and then you've got the call back up and available. Very, very upsetting here for Phil.
Yeah. And that was the moment where it all came crashing down. After that, Berna just couldn't catch up in farm. Your course basically fell behind the Shopify Rebellion supports in farm, which is very disheartening. But nothing was lining up. Again, this was the big Giga Chad play from Fly. Look at these bounces. Oh,
look at this.
Perfection.
Yeah, it's a perfect chain frost. It's a bit sad that it actually bounced down towards Albino Zebra because it kind of ruined the beautiful chain that happened there. But and you jump a pos 5 as 2 cores and you still get locked down like that. That is really depressing. And well, props to Phil for giving it a good shot here in game one, but sadly for them, just Shopify proving to be way too good. Jonathan, of course, we do need an MVP, and I think this time around it's going to go to Saberlight. I mean, first of all, we picked one of my favorite heroes, which is the Axe, and of course, 11, 1, and 10. Perfect scoreline. A 9-minute Blink Dagger Vanguard is also very impressive and very hard to go up against if you are the other team. And I suppose even if Shopify Rebellion wasn't Shopify Rebellion, you know, with a performance like this on Axe, chances are Felt wouldn't have stood much of a chance.
Yeah, that was a dominant start from Saberlight. He worked his lane well. He got the pulls going. He wasn't really punished, and he just got to farm. He had a lot of stacks to clear out. He had like maybe 2 triple stacks or 2 quad stacks that did lead to that 9-minute timing for the Vanguard Blink. And he makes Axe look viable. Again, this hero doesn't see that much play in comp right now. I've seen it a couple of times in other regions. Hasn't looked the greatest, but he makes it look amazing here. Just again with how the entire team works around all of these picks. So I want to see how they continue that in Shopify Rebellion and what Felt comes out for game 2, because this was pretty much a stomp, Mike.
Well, we'll be continuing game 2 around the series overall very, very soon, as we are going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Shopify Rebellion and Felt. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of 3 series between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, the side of Felt. It is MLP Dota Johnny's Fire. Jonathan, as you can see, Game 2's draft is already underway, and we've already basically got the same bands going. Medusa, Techies, both being removed so far. I'll ask you before we really get into the draft, is there anything regarding the draft that you think Felt needs to change up? Because, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Game 1 was an absolute stomping.
Yeah, I think maybe just a stronger support duo. Like the Ench Silencer just didn't do too much in the lanes. I feel like just Silencer Magnus doesn't seem particularly aggressive. Enchantress Beastmaster could be. And again, we saw Enchant value kind of go in there when the Frost Armor was up. They did manage to get the save a couple of times. So that's one change I'd want to see Felt go into. They do ban out the Beastmaster instead of the Doom. And Shopify Rebellion has first pick, so they pick up the Doom.
Soldier's got the
He's just gone.
experience going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was dark before. Now it's literally the Stominant experience here. It just gets darker and darker as things goes.
At the least, like when he moves his hand, it goes into frame. But
for now, you can see his head.
I mean, apparently this is his lights at max. So I guess it's just a eponymous black hole in his room right now.
That's all right. I understand, Soldier. It's tough. The Shopify Rebellion, they do start off with the Doom pickup. So Saberlight, last time around he got to play something new with the axe. Obviously, Fly did not like that, or Bulba did not like that. So they quickly changed it up, pick up the offlane first. So he's got Doom now. Mind you, it could potentially be something really weird like a carry Doom for Arteezy. I believe couldn't help but see a clip of him complaining that his Doom win rate was too low and he's got a god tier Doom. So, maybe he could pick pos 1 Doom, prove a point.
He could. We'll see if that's how Shopify Rebellion kind of want to close out here. I wouldn't mind. I think if Saberlight picks it up, we're in danger of him again saying he wants Arcane Blink, muting himself and pinging that Arcane Blink gold. So probably for Shopify Rebellion's sanity, they'd rather give it to Artur. Who knows? Felt got baited into the Wind Ranger, but they do get the Spirit Breaker, so I think that's worthwhile. I will state again, Wind Ranger win rate is like 36% or something dumb like that. It is not a good hero unless you're a stompy team. You can see Fly grinning. Like they actually picked it? All right.
He's grinning because he's picking Void Spirit, I think, for Arvid. Even Arvid had a bit of a cheeky smile on. The Sablelight's just gotten up to walk away. He's had enough. He can't believe it. Like, we're literally picking Doom Void Spirit against a team that we just beat in 16 minutes. Like, come on, boys. What are we doing?
He looks happy about it. He's like, all right. Speed run, I guess.
I mean, he's happy for the boys. He's not too happy for Felt, I'm sure. I mean, poor old Felt, they just can't catch a break here.
Yeah.
I was going to say as well, like, I wouldn't have been shocked if Shopify just went for the Morphling second pick because there was so much value in picking up the Morph here for Arteezy, considering you're up against a Spirit Breaker and a Wind Ranger. But that is not going to be the case. They'll leave it for now. So Felt won't have to deal with the Morph. Very good news.
Yeah. That is very good news because Morphling is just the better hero. He's pretty much Homelander in that speech.
Someone's watching CSGO in the background. Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
No, I mean,
to watch a CSGO stream.
No, I don't think they're in the same room, Mikey. That's his roommate or something.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Because I don't see anyone else in the background. So I'm like, all right. No one else from the team is in the background of anyone else in the team. It's just his roommate. He's chilling out, Mike.
Okay. Well, he's looking at the right game. It's fine. If it was another company's games, Jonathan, I would have had to say some things. But he's stuck to the Valve title, so we'll stay quiet.
Of course. Good old CSGO. On the topic of Valve games, man, I want a new Half-Life. I think I just want to get that out there. I want a new Half-Life, please. Even if it's VR.
I'm going to be honest. I've never played it. I mean,
you are lame. You are sad. You are an anomalous creature, Mike.
I don't have.
Did you
VR.
not play Half-Life 1?
10 seconds.
I mean, okay, you didn't play Alex. That's fine. Did you play Half-Life 1 and 2? Because I remember you didn't, and I remember I told you to play it, and you did. Did you finish Half-Life 2?
In my defense, when I was young, I didn't have a PC that was capable of running it. Okay,
fair.
I wasn't a wealthy kid, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
That's fair.
And
but you've played,
in my defense now,
Oh, you don't have
Well,
time. That's fair.
Well, yeah, time's been a bit of an issue. I haven't finished the game. I know people are going to be like, as if you haven't played Half-Life. Look, I haven't played Half-Life. I have played it, I just haven't finished the game, which is kind of pathetic to think about, but you know, that's what's happened.
Listen out, Mikey. It's a good story.
I've played through half the game of Half-Life 1, I think, and I must admit, it is very captivating. I just haven't had the chance to finish it.
That's fair. That's fair, Mikey. Someday you will. You know what? That could be an experience with your kid. Play Half-Life together.
Exactly.
There you go.
And maybe when
saving it
when she's old and she has like grandkids or something, maybe she can play Half-Life 3 when that comes out in like a century.
Oh, Mike, you fool. You said the number 3 in a Valve title. Very big mistake. Very big mistake, Mike. You see how well they've avoided it. Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Half-Life Alyx, no number 3. As we do have our third pick coming out, Felt with a Pangolier. So that's your Void Spirit counter. Yeah. Shopfire Rebellion, what's the play? You don't really have a Pangolier counter. Bloodseeker you banned out yourself. You're likely not going to pick anything like Bane and I suppose Grimstroke. So maybe you just let this guy roll through. There is a lot of mobility in Felt. To be fair, this kind of opening, outside of perhaps the Wind Ranger, is a pretty winning opening. Like Pango, Spirit Breaker are very strong right now. But Shopfire Rebellion are all smiles. They do not care. They are chilling.
They are laughing quite a bit. I can only imagine what they're laughing about. Maybe we can ask them in an interview if they are the winners of this series. Of course, can't assume too quickly. There's still, potentially 2 games to go. You never know. Shopify Rebellion. Looking for that third pick.
Hand?
Well, that's what I was wondering as well. Like, what is that? Is that some weird hand warmer or something?
I feel like it must be a warmer or massager or something.
Dire team pick.
But isn't he a bit too young for this crap? Are your hands really that sore?
I mean, pro gamer, 18-hour gaming sessions. I gotta stay healthy. Mike don't want carpal tunnel.
I mean, I had 18-hour gaming sessions when I was young, John. I may not be a pro gamer, but I didn't have hand warmers back in my day.
Well, number 1, you probably don't click as good as these kids do, Mike. Number 2, you probably don't click as good as these kids. There you go.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I used to play MapleStory, Jonathan. You had to click very fast to get into those party queues. You had no idea how fast I had to click, Jonathan. Shout out to the old school MapleStory players. I was the designated clicker, by the way, for those I don't remember what they were called, those party things, but party quests, that's what they were called. God, it takes me back. This was when the game was actually good, by the way, back in my day. This is over.
Back in my day.
This is 15 years ago now, before I started playing Dota. Terrible game, by the way, MapleStory. Don't ever play it. It's basically a gacha game. That's all it is. I mean, people are still into that, though, to be fair. What's that? Genshin Garbage Impact, whatever it's called. It's
Genshin Garbage Impact. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. There's the Honkai Star Rail now as well.
What is
we also see our next pick. I don't even care. Honkai is their baby, but no, I'm not into it now. Felt. Look at this, Mike. 3 universal heroes, right? The outside of Spirit Breaker, Pango, Venge, Wind Ranger, universal types. Shopfire Rebellion, only the Void Spirit.
10 seconds.
Well, they've got a few as well, but Felt. Venge pickup. I guess that's a way to break lasso. So you do have a way of just saving someone from that holding spell coming out here from Shopfire Rebellion. I'm not sure about anything else. It doesn't feel like the hero's been in the best of spots. Universal typing is interesting, but as a support, it doesn't matter too much. So I am curious to see what Felt can get up to here. Shopfire Rebellion just banning some off lanes. I'm surprised they ban out the Enigma. I feel like you could just probably let them pick it up and have a good time, but they take care of it along with Lycan. Felt taking care of some Arteezy heroes. Take care of the Shadow Fiend. What else is in the pool for good old Artur? doesn't have most of the years he's been playing so far. I guess Alchemist is always an option if you want to go into that.
Dire team pick.
They banned
Well,
the
they banned
Shadow
the Shadow
Demon.
Demon. Yeah.
So
Just trying to get rid of the...
that's a
Go on.
charge save, I suppose. Just it's basically the one thing you could have picked up to prevent the charge through. Speaking of this is now, it should, right, be a safe lane Doom? Or are we going with a
Could be.
right click Bat Rider?
It could be that. I highly doubt it's a pos 4 Bat Rider. I highly doubt it's a pos 5 Bat Rider. So, I was kind of joking about the pos 1 Doom earlier, but maybe he actually does have a point to prove. So, I did see a YouTube clip of it yesterday off the stream about him. His Doom win rate was like 35% or something, and he was very upset about it. Wasn't a Smurf account, to be fair, John, but nevertheless, 35% is a bit of an Omega long.
Isn't that worse on a Smurf?
Yeah, I didn't say it, you did, John.
I love Artur, but I can see why he'd be upset about that now.
Oh,
And the Legion Commander
hello.
comes out. So what's our support pick? What are we going funky here?
Make it a
Bring-
carry LC. It's got to be a carry LC. Screw the pos 1 Doom.
Yeah, I think so. Go carry LC, support Batroy. That sounds awful when I say it. It sounds really awful. Honestly, I would prefer a safe lane Bat Rider. You get the shard and try to meme with that. Although, to be fair, support LC is kind of weird right now because of how press the attack works. You need to be up front. And the Darkseer comes out from Felt, which is... I mean, I guess you have Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker lane. So that is pretty strong. Fly will take the Bat Rider support 5. So we've got a game. I mean, I thought Fly would, I thought they were, I thought the 3 people there were taking it seriously, but Fly wants in on the fun.
Oh, it is a pos 1 LC. How exciting. Oh, this is going to be great. I love these kind of drafts. Just complete craziness here from Shopify, and that makes me happy, John. It's been a very long time. Look at the laughs going on here from Shopify Rebellion. They're having a great old time.
They are. The side of Felt, much more solemn. They need to make this draft work. They want to give a loss to Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if they can. This is a good draft coming out from them, to be fair. I think their matchups are pretty decent. The one lane that's maybe a little bit more awkward is Wind Ranger Venge. To be fair, you can stun stack. I feel like your off lane for Felt, it's much better. Fade should not be bullied out. And if he does get bullied out, that's a concern because it's Darkseer Spirit Breaker. This should at least draw even if things go down to hell.
It should, John, but we'll see exactly how it pans out here. I can't, guaranteed say that. Although it is a strong lane, I must admit, the SB Darkseer definitely should be a dominant kind of lane for them once they hit level 3, but it is hard to tell. We're going to have to wait and see here as Shopify, obviously during Game 1, proved to be the significantly better team, at least in that game. So I'm hoping Felt change things up here, and well, they certainly have with their draft, so let's see how it goes. This draft's going to be kind of interesting. Mind you, I think it is a harder draft to execute for sure for the side of Felt. Like, it's one of those drafts where if you fall behind during the laning stage, you are basically just dead in the water. But let's see how it pans out. Game number 2.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can bring out, how well they can utilize all of these heroes. And I'm keen to see what Shopify Rebellion does. Because, again, as you mentioned, Game 1 was pretty much a stomp. And it looks like Game 2, Shopify is just setting themselves up for a simulation of their pub games. It does feel like this is a very pubby draft. It's interesting. I think, again, we're seeing a little bit of a mental break now from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this is still a legitimate draft. It's just on the wackier end of legitimate. So I want to see how legitimized they can make this draft seem.
They're running right towards each other again, John. You saw
let's go
last
again.
game around.
Round
Shopify
2.
got first blood, but they have funny is the call. Call from here to me as they do run into each other again.
They will have funny
Who's
here.
getting first blood this time? They are focusing Arteezy on the LC. He'll walk away. Instead, Albino Zebra is going to go down. Arteezy trying to man up here against Solji is not going to drop. He's going to be just fine. Arteezy walks away with 23 HP, and now Shopify Rebellion really on the chase. Should not be able to find too much more. But they got a 2 for nothing. So it's a pretty damn strong start as Ahmed gives the have fun again. This time around, you know, it looks a little bit better from Ahmed.
Yeah, not after he dies. They're still looking for him. They're checking the tower, but you know, Kits is there to kind of hide.
Dropping
High
items. Tango's on the deck here from Ahmed.
Peace offerings? The Filipino peace offering? The food exchange down mid? The pasalubong's coming out?
No, charges out. Ahmed will be targeted so they can secure the boundary rune and get a bit of harassment off. That's going to be about it. But mid lane, Tango versus Void Spirit. I mean, this matchup we've seen quite a few times now. Most teams seem to like picking up the Pangoli into the Void Spirit. It seems to be a pretty good hero against it. What do you think about this matchup, though, against Ahmed and Kits, John?
It should be even. Although, again, like last game, Ember versus Storm should have been an even lane as well. But it's just Abed. I think this one is, again, pretty even. It depends on how well Abed can land his Aether Remnants. Kits has some outplay potential. But, again, it should be pretty fine for both sides to just farm up. Maybe a little bit easier for Kits to apply that constant harassment. Abed shouldn't be zoned out with a Resonant Pulse, though, so should be just fine farming up there. And you know, we'll see if it holds steady. I think the one thing that Felt has is, again, these strong support rotations. Mind you, I forget that Dark Series Universal, so they have 4 Universal heroes on Felt.
Yeah.
That's a rarity.
Let's double Iron Shell on him for a moment there. He does manage to get away. You really can't underestimate how much damage they can do with the double Iron Shells. So, especially at level 3 for the Darkseid. Like, once you have level 2 Iron Shell, the damage does feel kind of ridiculous here. We'll see, of course, how it does go. As bottom lane, of course, is the one lane we haven't talked about yet. Albino Zebra is going to be there with Hidden Mune against Crit on the Pos 4 Marauder and Saberlight on the Pos 3 Doom. Does end up picking up the Ice Armor creep here on the Doom, so they have plenty of armor available for this laning stage, and pretty much makes it impossible for them to actually get harassed out with all this bonus armor he does have.
Counteracts the Wave of Terror, ensures that this right-click harass that you're constantly pumping out on Felt isn't really going to do too much against this duo. This is probably going to be just a very passive lane coming out for the side of Felt. I don't think Shopify Rebellion minds a passive lane too much. They're just going to keep farming. They're going to keep arrowing some creeps, shoving in the wave, and overall have a good time. So, slower lane here. Sure, you can farm up on Burna. Shouldn't be zoned out too hard, but you're not going to stop Saberlight from his typical Vanguard disassembly, Octarine kind of buildup we've been seeing rise from the offlane as well. And again, at some point, Saberlight mutes Mike, pings his Arcane Blink, and just AFKs. So that's the game plan.
That is the game plan for sure. We'll see if he does go down that route again. It's like 4 lanes pretty quiet, still 0-2. No kills coming out of this laning stage quite yet. At the very least, like, the safe lane's going quite well for Hidden Mune, but it's also going quite well for Shopify. I think you're pretty happy, though, considering your Wind Ranger is somewhat uncontested, though as I say that, Crit has started to jump in and get aggressive. Hidden Mune might need to be a little bit careful, because now Saberlight pops the Scorched Earth, but just a bit of a threat is now bottom, or rather top lane. Fade has been caught. He's going to surge away, though. He'll be just fine, but he is forced to run back towards the fountain.
It's a lot of time for Artur to just freely farm. And Fly, just applying a lot of harass in lane. A little bit of a play behind the tier 1. Kit's pretty far forward here. Remnant's still ready in Abed, but doesn't quite have the mana or doesn't have the follow-up spell to look for that kill.
Yeah, the tower was not gonna aggro on the Pango either, so just no point throwing the Aether Remnant out. Saberlight bottom lane, gonna try and chase down Hidden Mune while Albino Zebra gets chased by Crit. Hidden Mune gonna go for a power shot at Saberlight. Is casually just slowly pacing by. Hidden Mune was still trying to fight that one out, and Saberlight. That was the slowest drive-by I've ever seen.
Yeah, takes a while, but you find a pick off, you get to stay in lane, you've got your Ring of Helltop along with some ice armor, so again, not going to be traded away all too easily, and that's just the nature of that lane. It's a lot more passive. They do get the gate through for Fly looking to go down. Thinking twice about it. Is going to end up gating down south. We'll see if they find something, but a Bat Rider now showing its face as well. Charge
Yeah,
on
we've
the
got the
crit
level
though
2
across the
Firefly.
map.
Crit. We'll get. Oh, power shot was a little bit early, or a little bit late even. There's hidden immune. Jump is there. Hidden immune is down. Charge is still coming at the least, so surely they find crit, but no, he cancels it off. Too risky anyway. Like crit could have probably just leaped away from that. Had the stick charges. So a secondary kill on hidden immune, not going to feel very good for the POS 1 Wind Ranger, and considering he was having a pretty good start in terms of the CS board, it's a pretty big slowdown for him.
Yeah, again, its laning presence just doesn't
crit.
feel great. Crit.
Oopsie
Okay.
daisies. Saberlight. Still has Fly behind him, and he's got 13 or rather 12 armor right now on the Doom, along with the Vanguard. So I think he's actually impossible to kill at the moment. This Fly is going to be found out here by the Venge. Fly is just trying to get through the Twin Gates, and he is going to cancel the Twin Gates off as he tries to fire Fly away. He's going to be just fine. That'll be about it. Fly will just walk away. I don't think there's any point in Felt rotating down bot anymore. Because I think it's quite literally impossible for Saberlight to actually die here. Unless they've got
It
enough
is.
spells to throw out. But physical damage is not going to do the trick.
It certainly isn't. Maybe instead try to focus down mid, although Abed does have level 6 up.
Dire's top tower
So I suppose it's just a little bit too late to get that done. Arcane Rune up top for Abed to find. No supports rotating here from Felt because they are stuck down bot. So Abed's going to be able to dance around once more if he wants to. You've got a solo lane for Artur
Oh.
up top as they do run down Albino Zebra now.
The thing was, he probably would have survived had he not turned around for the Wave of Terror. He would have walked out of range and maybe he would have made it out, but turning around for the Wave of Terror kind of costs him his life. As Saberlight very, very happy with himself right now, I'm sure. 3-0-2 on the Doom. And this is all while RTC's basically free farming top lane. That's kind of the worst part, as the LC is not struggling whatsoever against this Darkseer. Just having a great old time. This bottom lane, they have found Hidden Immune once again. And this is without
Yeah.
Doom, by the way. Now Doom's available.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling. They do find Fly trying to take their Wisdom Rune, and Albino Zebra does find it.
Oh,
I should still.
he
Not
was 1 second off. Mid lane, Abed, he's killed off Kits. He will die. It won't matter. Get a reset for yourself.
Yeah, there's no bonus gold for killing Kits either.
is under attack.
Like, it was just literally 255 flat. That's maybe not worthwhile for Abed to sacrifice like that. Is definitely not
easy.
worthwhile in terms of net worth.
Arteezy's manning up. Jewel is out. He's got Fade down. And now Soldier is also going to drop. Double Iron Show? Who the hell cares? Arteezy certainly doesn't.
Will be rewarded.
He doesn't need to care. He's got the output. He's got the durability. Melt right through that duo. That is a level 3 Iron Shell as well. It's just not fast enough. Doom out onto Berna again.
Hit him, you can't die again. But he can.
He just
He is
did.
gone. Solji, nice little charge out. He's going to make it out of there. No Aether Remnant to cancel that off. But they got what they came for anyways. Fade, be careful, sir. There's no spells on Saberlight. Fade is still trying here with the Iron Shell damage. Arbit's sticking around. He's got 2 actual step charges, John. I think he can literally burst Fade with double steps.
Here he goes.
Yep. Bye-bye, Fade. More TPs incoming.
No,
Ahmed
cancel.
has a step charge. He's going to be just fine as Kid starts cancel the TP. Another cancel TP.
Cancel as well. Oh my goodness. This is rough. For Felt, if you couldn't tell by the scoreline and the net worth lead that Shopfire Rebellion has built up, they find Crit. Find a Zebra all alone though.
Or has Crit found him, John? Because RTC's coming. Crit, if he can land an arrow, pops the Moonlight. Arrow is not going to come out.
but they can still
Albino. Albino. They completely ignore him, though, because they want Hidden Immune, and there's no sentries to spot this. Arrow's going to fly out. He is gone. The fact that you can get away with that, like, it's just so sad.
It is, but it's just the state of the game. You know, Shopfire Rebellion, they go with a left field draft, but it works up against this lineup coming out from Felt. You're going to try to punish Saberlight now? If they even can. Doesn't look like they can even catch up without the charge. They don't bother. That is Arteezy with Blade Mail, Power Treads, Wand, and Basilius at 9 minutes as well. That was 9.5 minutes, I believe, in that timing.
Fade's courier going down, but Crit should pay for it and does. Nice pick up there from Felt. Any kill they can get right now is a good kill.
It is, for sure. You really need any pick off to show up right now. As they charge Abed, but they don't fully commit onto that Void Spirit. Double damage in the bottle. So Abed can look to be a menace on the counterplay. I'm looking at the net worth graph, Mike. It looks so bad.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me sad. Like the bar graph looks heinous.
Yes. It does. Top lane. They're going to try and Crit. Charges out. Albino Zebra. He's got a magic missile to follow up. Doesn't want to throw it out to start. Crit actually is leaping away. Vacuum back. Crit. He's out of leap charges now. The help is incoming though. Crit is somehow still alive. I can't believe it. He's walked away. Even snoring at them as they walk off. One more hit would have done it, but he makes it out.
Oh, the scan?
Abed. Aether Remnant does land in time. Resonant Pulse, how lucky can the patches be? Not quite lucky enough. Hidden Immune, Power Shot, surely? Hidden Immune? Oh, don't walk up the hill like that blindly, sir. What can you do?
What can you do?
I mean, it was either you blindly Power Shot or you go back to the lane. There was no other alternative.
There was none. And they punish on Shot for Rebellion once more. There were like 2 fights there. Abed was kind of toying around with Kits, forced out the roll, and, well, just kind of plays tag a bit. Now Kits, no roll. Arteezy wants a duel.
Kits. Arteezy's just gonna... Oh! Okay. I thought he was just gonna duel him on the T2. Because that's just the state of the game right now. It wouldn't have mattered. He probably would have just got the kill anyway, but... It doesn't matter. He'll back off, play it safe. 20 duel damage is good enough for now anyway. It's 3 to 16, 10k advantage. I mean, quite frankly, it doesn't really feel like it's going to matter how much duel damage Arteezy's got. He's just doing it for fun.
Pretty much. He's just clearing out these ancient camps, taking over the triangle. The side of Felt being chased down by Abed a little bit. I mean, Abed just jumping once is enough for Burna to run away. You can't really deal with that. And they might just get collapsed. Arteezy's still looking for a duel.
That he is. Albino, stun is out. Maybe they can pick off Arteezy. Be a huge pick off if they can get it, though. Arteezy gets a 3-man overwhelming odds into the SB. Swap is there. Duel is not going to work out, but they've got a double kill going already as Hidden Immune's trying to trade, but Arteezy, he is still alive. 40 HP, gets the press the attack, but can't move. Whoopsie daisies. For once, he wanted to get on the cliff, John. Sadly, he could not. Crit is going to go down as well, though. Abed is looking to clean up. Does find the Darkseer. Fly onto Kits. Kits is still fighting back, though. Is going to find the Pangos. He does pop the lasso, but ends up tying anyway. In comes Saberlight now with the Hurricane back on the Pango. He should have Kits, but they are diving pretty darn deep. I'm not sure. In fact, Albino Zebra, a nice deny off. Gets Kits in time. Abed in the meantime, still looking to go. Saberlight jumps back in once again. How long can they fight in this area? Surely not too much longer. Abed's actually eating tangos to reach in this team fight, John. He's actually eating the damn tangos. The soldier's gonna move in. Abed gets bashed immediately. Gets the resonant pulse off. He'll actually step away. There is a power shot though. Hit him, you just hit the power shot. Throw it out. Oh, he's gonna miss. Too projected. I think he's hesitating a little bit too much.
He certainly is, but I don't know. I don't know if any of this makes a difference.
Crit.
Quite frankly, they will find Crit, so that's a little bit more. All right, you're finding some good stuff here on the side of Felt. Again, you look at the post-fight net worth gain. They gain 1.9k for losing all their heroes.
The baseball gold getting wiped.
Yeah, because they
Shopify
found
did
3
what?
heroes. They got
Ahmed?
3 heroes out of that.
Ahmed's going with no HP,
guy's
John. This guy's
insane.
lost his mind. Albino, don't chase that man. The TP out. Oh! Very nice. Ahmed's down.
Excuse me. Oh, Ahmed. Oh, he tempted fate there, and he gave them a big one. That's actually
Yeah.
pretty impactful. That's 1,000 gold. Swinging over for Felt. Shopify Rebellion getting a bit spicy here. I mean, that's not enough to overturn the course of this game just yet, but, 2 or 3 more times. And then suddenly that net worth lead could dissipate to half. And Felt has something to play with. So, Shopify Rebellion, have fun, but don't have too much fun here.
Oh, let's see how it goes. It's going to be a big smoke up towards the top lane. Saberlight, might reveal himself on the creep wave. Doesn't want to get charged. Power shot did go through him, so it should have gave a bit of vision onto the Doom. Jump in, Saberlight, not finding the Doom he wanted. Gonna back off, but the swap is there. He's still a very tanky target as now Crit jumps in for a big Starstorm. Kits pops the Rolling Thunder. Arteezy, he's going to go for the duel out. Doom was also committed onto the Darkseer. There goes Albino Zebra. Arteezy winning the duel out as Hidden Mute is being pulled back by Fly. He'll try to run his way out, and he might just barely make it, but the Flame Break is still going. No, he does get out. Soldier in the meantime dropping a Saberlight. He'll take down Fade, and now Arteezy gonna find Kits. The only survivor right now being the Wind Ranger of Hidden Mute. And he survived at about 32 HP.
Yeah, it's a back and forth. When you find one good attempt out from Felt to charge in, but not respecting that teleport point from Shopify Rebellion, they drag the numbers in, make that work for themselves. Mind you, it takes 4 heroes for Shopify Rebellion to get 1,800 in terms of kill gold as well, but it does make sense when you're this far ahead. Soldier?
By Hidden Mute. I mean, you got to swap Albino. He may have fallen asleep there for a moment, John. He reacted quite slowly to the duel, but bottom lane, Arbed and Saberlight, they're doing it again, John. They've dived a little bit deep here. It's a 2v4 situation in just a moment as the TPs are incoming. Saberlight, tanking through so much damage, is finally going to drop, and Arbed once again is going to be left alone here on the Void Spirit. His team, though, is slowly making their way over. Dissimulate will be there. Fly wants to jump in. Crit's going in from the left side. They are just kind of pincering them in here in the tree line, but it doesn't seem like they really should be fighting around this tier 2 tower, as eventually they will retreat.
We're at the point where even Abed's kind of going along with these shenanigans now. So, well played comes out from Abed. Saberlight, maybe not the happiest bloke, dying in the middle there, but he'll take it. We are getting an interesting build here, Mike. Harpoon Doom. Harpoon Doom. That's a build.
Okay. Arrow's going to land onto the SB, and he did not have Bulldoze available, so never got it off as Hidden Mute just getting doomed up again, though. A nice back wall is going to be out from Fade, and this could be a big turnaround moment because Arbed should go down, though he does get it to simulate in time, but cannot Astral Step away. It was on cooldown. He had no charges, so Felt finding a huge pickoff, but in comes Saberlight now. Finding a couple. Jules going to be out. Arteezy wins another. They're on to Kits, onto the Pango. He'll be able to swashbuckle in 1 second. Flame Breaks to knock him back. Fly still going. Hidden Mute joining the team fight once again here on the Wind Ranger. Kits still dropping. Should go down. They'll take down maybe Fly though. No, Arteezy just jumping in so aggressively. Not getting the heals he wanted though. Getting bashed as well by Solji, but he's still manning up. Solji gonna cop the arrow from Crit, who can't believe he hit that one. Flame Break will connect from the low ground as well, but the charge is back on a Crit. Nevertheless, though, the rest of the team jumps in. Arteezy, they left him alone.
Wait,
they left him alone. They let him have the tower aggro. Shopify Rebellion turning on their own teammate. Albino Zebra now going to get jumped here by Shopify Rebellion. Crit is not dying yet. Fade is chasing him down here on the dark sea. Crit will actually walk right through him, but he will eventually go down to the power shot of Hidden Mute, as now they're onto Ahmed, but he's got no step charger, so there's surely no way out of this. The Aether Remnant will be juked out, so Hidden Mute does secure the kill.
Oh my god. Shopfire Rebellion. They're having fun. And it felt, well, they're finding some punishment off the back of that fun. Although they are still 14k behind, but at the least you have some farm parity coming out. Kits, Burna, Fade, all kind of tying in with Abed. So it's not as bad as it could be, I think, is the silver lining I'm trying to get out here, Mike. They are at least farm parity with one core on Shopfire Rebellion. So, could be worse. And, you know, they're finding some punishment. I think Shopfire Rebellion, they're kind of toying around a little bit too hard. If they trade unfavorably, well, it's not like that was unfavorable, but if they start, again, bleeding off even a couple of kills, then that's where things become awkward. It's just because they'll bounce back really hard on the side of Felt off like single target pickoffs.
It's going well. You know, the least. I mean, I know Shopify are playing around quite a bit here, but it is giving Ford a decent shot of making somewhat of a comeback. But they are still 13k behind, so plenty of goal to try and catch up on, which does require plenty of time here for Felt. Saberlight has not queued up that arcane blink you talked about, by the way, sadly, John.
Yeah, it's just did he buy out the? He didn't actually buy out the harpoon. It's just going into a BKB. It's serious mode, huh?
Echo Saber into BKB. That's the new Doom builder, apparently. They are going to move in again. Abed, going to see a Hidden Mute. Lasso also out, has found Kits on the Pango, so two massive pickoffs as Hidden Mute just gets destroyed, and now with the Doom out on Kits, he's just stuck on top of the cliff. RTZ can feel him right now on that cliff as the vacuum wall is going to be there. A nice turnaround here from Fade. But it won't matter. He can't capitalize. Abed in the meantime, going to find Albino Zebra. Wrong targets is the core here from Solji. Not sure what he means by that, but nevertheless, it's still a 3-for-0 trade.
Yeah, it works out again for Shopfire Rebellion. They force out a lot of spells, find some pickoffs. Here comes Solji. I wonder what he meant by wrong targets. Yeah, because Artur did duel him, didn't find the duel win, but found the kill. Is that what he meant? Does he mean something else?
Maybe. Who knows? Hidden Mute. Or of Atos out, has found Fly. Fly does have help around the corner, but they are not going to jump in for him. They'll just farm the creeps instead. So Saberlight getting tipped here for some reason.
Yeah, he TP'd into the creep wave that died. So I think that's where the tip came out.
Crit charges out. Magic Missile to set up here. The Marana, Rod of Atos to lock him down as well. Saberlight trying to jump in, but he got hit by the Rolling Thunder. Saberlight forced the BKB up, but they're moving in. Arteezy, he's got the jewel off onto the Wind Ranger. At the very least, Hidden Mute has already died. And it looks like another failed team fight here for the side of Felt, sadly, as an arrow landing perfectly from Crit from the backside. Onto Kits they go, the final piece of the puzzle. Now, even Felt are tipping themselves now. They want to be in on the fun, I think. Kids still being chased. Arrow is not going to land, but he gets his flag down before he does go, at the least.
Yeah. Got to plant those flags. Got to plant these kills as well. Shopfire Rebellion, 16-42. They've got the answer to life, the universe, and everything right now in their hands. I do like that after the BKB, it's not the disassembly, Mike. Saberlight's just going back for the harpoon. So we've got the tech. We've got the Octarine harpoon tech on Saberlight. Keen to see what, if anything, it does in this game.
Bottom. Arteezy. Jewel is out.
Okay. Cool.
Whoopsie daisies. 38 jewel damage now to Hidden Mute. The comeback is coming. Solji's down. Meanwhile, Hidden Mute also getting caught by the lasso of Fly, though. He's still wind running. Flame Break is going to connect, however. Hidden Mute probably set to fall as he does go down to Fly. And now Albino Zebra also being dived, but in comes Kits to try and clean up. Aether Remnant, though, going to lock him down, and Fly's going to blink away. He has not even got the Bat Rider. They are chasing, but Abed's right behind them. They've got to be cautious. Saberlight sees Fade, jumps back in. Vacwall is onto the cliff here for Crit, but he can just leap away. So Fade's gone. Kits is still not able to get the Rolling Thunder off in the meantime, as he's just going to die. 17 to 47 at this stage.
Yeah, it's not getting any easier for Felt. Again, they're finding a few more kills. Down to Shop for Rebellion overextending, but it's still not enough to drag them back. I mean, you're at 19k on Saberlight. Hidden Immune is 9k. He's 10k ahead of the top network core in Felt. That's at 25 minutes in. That is more than significant. That is outrageous.
Harpoon,
there's a
Saberlight. He just wants to use it. He literally just wants to show the guys that he's got Harpoon on. Shackle's nice. Problem is, Fly was there with the Yule Scepter, or Crit rather was there with the Yules, and Hidden Immune and Solji both going down, and Saberlight's just going for more. He's got Harpoon available again. He'll pull in Kits this time around. Kits is fine to get back towards the fountain, though, as Fade is now the one under siege. Saberlight, he's going to get bashed. He is going to get bashed through the BKB. Well deserved for Saberlight. He gets 17%. And quite frankly, John, he did deserve that one.
Yeah, I mean, he dives deep to get an additional use in the Harpoon. They catch Arteezy.
And Jewel is out again. Arteezy feeling charitable. Oh, he wins. He's got a double kill. Mid-Jewel as well. Hidden Immune run. It's not safe.
No.
Triple kill for Arteezy. He's literally just farming illusions now, John. 8 gold at a time. In fact, it's 5 gold at a time, but he's getting him. Albino Zebra. Arteezy, come on. This is ridiculous. Is he gonna die?
He's gonna die.
Arteezy.
He's gonna die.
He's actually farming so much gold. XD is the call from Hidden Immune. I appreciate that.
I can't take it.
How much gold did he get out of that?
I don't know.
He's taking it too far, John. This farming thing is going too far now, Arteezy.
He's upset because Saberlight's #1 right now, you know? So he's trying to find ways to be #1.
He's out of potatoes to farm, so he's just farming himself now.
He is the potato.
Saberlight, he's gonna jump in. Vacuum is there. He'll go for a rollout. Charge is out as well. They want the Doom. In fact, they've charged right through him. Saberlight gonna pop his BKB. Looks like he is still fine. He'll turn back onto the Spirit Breaker. Arbed just jumps into 3. Albino Zebra is down. Fade's gonna get connected to here by an arrow. He's also gonna drop. Arbed's godlike. Props to Felt. They aren't calling GG. They're just having fun with this game. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Giving us a bit of a show.
Hidden Immune. Lasso is there from Fly. Drag back the Wind Ranger. That's going to be another death here for Hidden Immune now. 5, 15, and 7 for the Wind Ranger. Do they want to go for more axes? Do they want to go for more kills? Or do they want to go for the Ancient, I wonder? More racks, I think.
Should be more racks. Saberlight does TP out to just shove in mid. Artur is back up. He's got a Moon Shard on the LC. And a full Mjolnir as well. So we'll see the machine gun. I do want to see the wall once more. Artur with a fight against himself. He is his own worst enemy, Mike.
Yeah. He's fighting the man in the mirror, Arteezy. The T3 tower. There we go again. Charges out. They're going to focus down the Legion Commander if they can. And there's your wall being dropped. It's a lot of damage already. Arteezy should go down and is dead. Where's the team? Fly's gone as well. Shopify, they've lost 2. They need to retreat. And they will get out of there. Arbed is still being chased down. Kits would love this kill onto the Void Spirit. Not going to be too much of an easy one, but they've got a charge off here on Arbed. He does have the help of Crit, but a nice shackle from Hidden Immune going to land. Is the charger also connecting now? He's a tanky boy, but he's getting bashed up. He'll dissimulate away. The Saberlight's back in now. It's a 3v5 situation with Shopify are not winning, but they're going to try and keep turning this one. Arbed, how do you get out of this now? A nice hit to Remnant. Going to land on Soldiers. He does take him down. Fade, though, with the Iron Shell damage, should have his way. Illusions will do nothing. He will die. Albino, though, in the meantime, does tie to Crit, so somehow Shopify They're evening out this fight.
The post
But
fight.
look at the gold.
6K for 391.
It's an even fight at the end, but they make 7K out of it. Goodness gracious me. Well, hold on a minute. Look at Dota Plus, John. You can't go back once you're at 100%. That's not how mathematics works. You can't do that.
See, Dota Plus always hedges its bets, Mike. You should know this. We've seen this multiple times. It hedges its bets. It factors. The house always wins, Mike. Dota Plus is never wrong. It always gives that. You know, it's never wrong. It can't admit to being wrong.
No. It isn't wrong, Jonathan. TI's coming up soon. Dota Plus is always right.
Always correct. Never speak out against the AI, Mike.
Oh, I would never. Why would I? It's always right.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly the mindset we need. And Shopper 23 to 62. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's my analysis. 23 to 62, 31K.
Thank you, John. That's why we,
I've done my job.
pay you the big bucks.
I've done my job, Mike.
You've done well, John.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear.
Roshan under siege now. First Roshan of the game, by the way, if you can believe that. Sablelight's gone for the overwhelming blink this time around, so a bit more serious. New tech here from the Doom, new technology, new strategy is they are going to head up towards the top. Fade, surging right towards the Doom. Saberlight says thank you very much. I don't think the Doom was necessary here from Saberlight, but you know, just to ensure he can get the kill on his own, and that he does.
Yeah. I mean, you don't mind too much. Your Doom cooldown's not that long. With the Octarine up, so, and with your level 20 talent, you just pop it, look for a kill, go back again. They are ready for the high ground, and the Aegis should. Well, there's an Aegis on crit, to be fair. I didn't even notice, but you have Aegis. No matter who it's on, you can just go high ground, right?
Saberlight getting shackled up. He's going to be all right. Build. Albino Zebra immediately just bursted down by Ahmed. Nice balanced hero here as Arteezy's going to jump in, but Disarm is out into the Nether Strike, into the charge, and Arteezy's down again. Arteezy is gone. Kids will end up dropping. Hit Immune will do the same. The rest of Shopify Rebellion now able to walk in as they have seen their carry die. Buyback is there from Arteezy. There's nobody to kill Arteezy. You don't. It's not necessary for you to be back here.
Oh, he's breaking it all.
He's breaking items. Arteezy's had enough. Well, would you look? This is a sneak peek into the stream later on today, I think, you, John.
He's dropping gauntlets of strength now. What's he
Very
doing?
pog.
What are you doing? Belt of strength, gauntlets of strength, Blightstone.
Just jump in. Radiant Fountain. We don't even need to look. I mean, Fade's just getting destroyed here in the Radiant Fountain. Albino Zebras. We'll just watch Arteezy. We'll just watch Arteezy then.
Yeah.
Out of Tim's smiley face. GG's call.
Oh,
Shopify
God.
Rebellion. Obviously, a dominant 2-0 victory here against the side of Felt. A fun game. So you can see the posture check from Arteezy not looking too good at the moment. Jonathan, I think he had his feet up, but what a fun game here between these two. Props to Felt as well. Good sportsmanship, John. You know, they realize they're outmatched. They just have some fun with the boys.
Yeah, they don't call GG early. They still try to play the game. They get some punishment. They get some showmanship out, and that's always good to see. Some good trades back and forth. Shopify Rebellion though, they end on a very nice number, 25 to 69. Overall, a very dank game, Mike. Very dank.
Very dank indeed. It's a number we love to see here for the boys. And Shopify Rebellion, another pretty easy 2-0 victory here that, you know, keeps them in the lead basically, along with Nouns, who I believe are playing next. So, you know, these two are still basically, at least for now, Shopify temporarily not tied up with Nouns in terms of scoreline. They are going to be first on their own. But assuming Nouns win another 2-0 victory themselves, then yeah, it's going to go back to even basically. As we are going to see some highlights from the series overall. Game 2, of course, it was just a complete slaughter. A complete, I don't even know what to call it, John. But it was a fun game, to say the least. A very, very fun game.
Yeah, it was. A lot of exchanges. I do believe in this game we've learned more about the Dota 2 economy than any other game. And you can see how badly it can get for a winning team when you lose a fight. Although not bad enough that it brings flashback of the old rubber band days. Doesn't quite negate your lead completely. See a little bit of a cheeky leave Artur behind play. Always pays off when you manage to get that done and not get scolded here. As Artur again in the duel here. He had a lot of moments. A lot of moments, Mike.
Yeah, it's too much sometimes. Like this new LC, like I love the changes they made with the Q
Oh, this
being,
is it.
this is the farming pattern for Arteezy. I mean, someone should have counted the. It wouldn't have been that much gold, but you know he's going at it, just fighting himself. This is the hyperbolic time chamber for Arteezy. He's just going at it. And the best part would have been if he actually won the fight and the walls just end up disappearing. Like even the wall just gives up. So I've had enough.
That would have been the perfect ending. It's, you know, RTZ feeds a little bit of a duel at the end to tie us in there, but yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, still Shopify Rebellion, still the same player, still the same style, still the same sort of performance you'd expect out of him. Having a little bit more fun in this one than I think we've seen them in any of their series. And we do have to give an MVP out, as well as seeing the scoreline. It will go to RTZ.
Is this really deserved?
Yes.
This really deserved?
Look, who else would fight in a wall like that? Like, no one. No one but Artur would do that. So just for that play alone, I think Artur deserves it. A phenomenal game on his Legion commander. I mean, he dropped all his items as well. So, you know, he's keeping that NA spirit alive. Look at that item build. It's missing a lot of stuff because it was
I don't know
dropped.
what you're talking about. This is the classic LC item build.
Yeah,
You don't
this is
go
the classic
blitz.
LC build. Yeah. No
Blade-
boots, blink.
Blade Mail, you get a Mjolnir because, you know, Thor, God of Thunder, you know, why not? And then you just, you know, pick up a Moonshot. This is the build, Jonathan. Trust me, if you go to my pubs about 5-10 years ago, that was the build to go on LCs. We do have an interview, I believe, with Fly available right now, so we'll head over to the man and see what he has to say. Good morning,
Hey
Mr.
guys,
Fly.
can you hear me?
Congratulations on your victory, sir. Yes, we
Yeah, we
can.
can.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Okay. Doing good. Just had some fun games, you know, so I'm doing great.
Very, very good to hear. So, Fly, talk to me. Like, what are the comms like in games like that? Like, what are you guys even talking about anymore when the game's that crazy?
Most of the comms were basically about, hey, let's go fight, and then we died. We kind of laugh, and we're like, okay, let's go fight again. So yeah, everybody's just, you know, the game seems kind of over at that point, so you're just trying to, you know, make it entertaining.
How do you keep the boys motivated? Like, you guys have already basically won your hardest matchup here in the NA region. So, like, do you find it challenging to keep the team like motivated throughout this tour now?
Truthfully, it's difficult. You know, being in NA region, obviously you're gonna have two hard matchups, and then some of the other teams are not as good. It's pretty clear. So, you know, when we beat TSM, we definitely all had this like sigh of relief. Like, yeah, we're still gonna practice here and there. We're still gonna work on getting better, but it's not as intense. It's not grueling like you look at Western Europe, and every single match is gonna be difficult. So we are taking it a little easier because we know the season's going to ramp up. It's going to ramp up towards us playing Announce, and then after that we got Dream League. You know, hopefully the major as well. So it's going to ramp up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk to me about the patch, Fly. Like, obviously, drafting in a brand new patch must be pretty fun for you. But what do you think about this new patch? Are you a fan of 7.33C? Do you hate it? Do you love it?
I think there's good things. There are good things. There are bad things. I do think it needs some refining, but overall, it's a fun direction. I think everybody wanted something new. I think the portals are really like cool mechanic. I enjoy using it, especially as a support. It adds like this new element into the game. I like the idea of the Roshan pits. Maybe they can change the location a little bit, but I like the idea that it's on two sides. So I think that part is cool. I think there's still some tinkering to do with like the XP. Like, for example, when the Wisdom Rune only gave XP to one hero, you would find yourself kind of suffering a lot of the games. And now if you lose the 2 wisdom runes, you're kind of donezo, and it makes for, sometimes less fun games, which I think, they're trying to make it more fun for everyone. So yeah, there's still some, improvements to be made, but it is fun.
Absolutely. Go on, John.
Hey, Fly, always good to talk to you. I am curious about, you mentioned a little bit about your comms in these kinds of games. What was the comms like when you guys were watching Artur fight his own illusions for God knows how long there?
We were just laughing, and at some point, I think Crit said, like, are you winning? And he's like, I think he said something like, I think so. And then he died a second later. So, yeah, it was just like a fun moment. I looked over and I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah, that was a very fun game to watch coming out from you guys. Of course, obviously having a little bit of fun. I am curious though, like going forward, what do you feel like your last match or your last big matchup, I suppose, up against Nouns is going to be like? Is there any additional prep on top of your usual prep for all these other teams going in for that one?
So we do try to treat every match, more or less the same. Like, I know there are some picks that might seem a little more clowny or the way we play, but honestly, the games were kind of secure at that point. So it's gonna be the same against Nouns. They're definitely one of the contenders. They beat TSM. We wanna win that match. We wanna get first place in this DPC. So yeah, we're gonna definitely try our hardest, and I'm gonna be joining the rest of the guys actually tomorrow for our last matches.
All right, then I am curious, going forward as well, you mentioned some of those lands that you guys are going to as a team. How do you guys kind of prep up for that, right? Because you mentioned NA, maybe not the most top-heavy region right now, or very top-heavy region right now. How do you guys build up going to those lands then? I mean, you guys have gone to a lot of lands. Performance has been up and down a little bit. I think you guys definitely have higher expectations of yourselves. So how do you plan to meet that going into these last set of lands now?
Yeah, so we do scrim European teams from here. I play European pub, so we do get to practice against, the best teams out there. So it's not so much that. I think we made some mistakes in the previous major and how we prepared. A big problem was definitely the visa issue where Abid couldn't come, so we literally couldn't practice until the major actually hit. And that was a new patch. So hopefully we're able to do better this time, because I don't know if we're going to be able to play Dream League with Abed. That's still up in the air. But hopefully we get to practice more together, and through Dream League and going into the major, if we qualify, it should be better.
Thank you, Fly. Good to hear. Hopefully it goes
thank you
well.
very much. Thank you very much for joining us, Fly. We'll let you go, but I hope you have a great night ahead, sir. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, guys. All right, see you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Fly. Thank you. Always a stand-up guy, Fly. Always great to talk to the man. Obviously, he's being a little bit lighthearted these days. Obviously, trying to stay professional as he possibly can. But at the end of the day, there's only so much professionalism you can have when you're just destroying every team you're up against right now. So, he's having a good time, which is good to see. I cast with Fly once. He's a very nice guy.
I mean, he was there to replace me when I couldn't make it on that one day.
Ironically, due to visa issues.
Yes.
Due to visa issues as well. It's just you and Abed, you've got something in similar. You've got a similarity for once. Very good. Nouns versus SKG, Jonathan, is the next series coming up here on our schedule. Going to be a fun matchup, of course. Look, SKG, you and I, at the very least, you were telling me you had a lot of hope for these guys. After the first series that they had against Alpha, I was a believer too. But they've been struggling a lot. Now, against Nouns, this is a top 2 team right now in NA, just based off the standings. They did particularly say this is the team that they wanted to go up against, SKG. They said they wanted to go up against TSM and Nouns. So we'll see if they can prove what they were saying earlier, that they should have a good chance. But, it's been looking rough, Jonathan. I want to see something change up for SKG.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they've faced up against most of the weaker opponents in the tour, one could argue, and it hasn't shaped up well. Of course, Shopfire Rebellion, you just kind of give it to them. But this is where I want to see that improvement. Not a lot on the line, to be fair. More on the line for Nouns, but a win here would also mean that SKG stays in Div 1, which is also really important for this lineup. But up against Nouns. Who knows? They've looked to be in top form. I'm keen to see how it breaks out, though. I think this is one of the matches where it can end up being clowny, but Nouns as a whole has been taking... I mean, it's not to say Shopify Rebellion's not taking it seriously, but, you know, they're having fun. You can tell Nouns is much more focused on playing a clean game and just kind of winning without any doubts in their mind. So I'm keen to see how SKG can kind of shape up against that, because Nouns respects every opponent. So this is going to be a good match for SKG to learn from.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we are going to head off to a break, which is probably going to be roughly an hour long. But once we are done with that break, we'll be back with our Game 1 draft between Nouns and, of course, the side of SKG. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next series of the night here between, of course, Nouns Esports and SKG, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, quiz happening as we're talking. I mean, that's how irrelevant we are, sir. But how you doing?
Doing great, Mike. This is an interesting match to tie us off at the night. Again, today's matchups are pretty much our top two up against our bottom two, and now we've got Nouns up against Sand King Gomez. Sand King Gomez, who I've always had high personal hopes for, faltering a little bit in Div 1. Supposedly, well, not supposedly, but it is to be expected, right? A Div 2 promotee team, no real experience in Div 1, first time up here. So it's a little bit of a rough road for them up against Nouns. It doesn't get any easier. Nouns has been looking good this tour so far. And they are set to be our number 2 with that win over TSM. So it's going to be a pretty big one. They have to maintain that momentum, of course, as we do have our team comparisons on hand. We'll see how this head-to-head kind of shapes up. And this one looks just like our Shopify Rebellion series comparison with Felt there, Mike. Kind of rough.
It might be worse, honestly. Yeah, it might be a little bit worse than... Yeah, average assists a lot higher, average deaths sadly a lot higher for SKG. Average kills are basically double of SKG at the moment here for now. So, it's to be expected, Jonathan. You shouldn't act too surprised. I mean, sadly for SKG, they are still tied up in 5th place with Alpha and Bait. So they are somewhat in the danger zone at the moment. And as you can see, even more stats not looking too healthy here for the side of SKG. Building damage, unsurprisingly, is overwhelmingly in the lead here for Nouns because, they've won pretty much every series they've played. So it's to be expected. By the way, John, bit of a quick update in terms of standings. I know we can look at standings later anyway, but right now, Shopify Rebellion is officially in 1st place, in case you weren't aware. So Nouns, if they win this one, obviously they get tied again. But, I thought I'd just point that out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess no surprises there. 5-0, and potentially Nouns getting 5-0 here as well. If they do win this up against Sand King Gomez, of course, you can't rest on your laurels here. You have to respect every opponent. Sand King Gomez has had a lot of games to kind of learn from, and steady improvements overall. Although again, just not enough to put a dent in a lot of these Div 1 teams. And we can take a look at our player comparison here as well. See how some of our player head-to-heads shape up. We've got Gunnar being compared to Lund. And that is actually a significant difference here. Man, last hit's not so much. Kills a decent amount, but it's the XP per minute that really shoots up for Gunnar. That could be down to a couple of factors. Maybe just more activity with the kills. Maybe just faster games overall for the side of Nouns in comparison to Sand King Gomez can also skew that stat a little bit. But it does set quite a favorable tone for Gunnar here and quite the challenge for Lund, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props to Lund. Like, I feel like of all the plays in SKG, Lund's probably been the most consistent in terms of his play. Like, I got to give props to the guy. He's been doing pretty well in most of his lane matchups. But it is really just after the laning stages where things get pretty rough. And I think a player like Gunnar is just naturally better at that stage of the game, just based off the experiences he's had. Like, we've seen him make so many plays and set up so many good fights before. For Lund, it's not like he can't do the same. It's just a matter of, it's going to take some time to get to the point where you're very comfortable doing so. And well, this is why SKG, it's very important for them to try and maintain their position in Division 1, naturally, so they can continue getting that big kind of experience here against Div 1 teams. And, you've seen it with other teams. Like, Bait from Tour 1 to Tour 2 got a lot better. Obviously, Tour 3 has been a little bit different for Bait, but, it's ping issues. You've got Dog Champ who have moved their way up. So just having time in Div 1 generally does help quite a lot in terms of improving and getting to a stage where you can start to compete with the bigger teams here in Div 1. So naturally for SKG, it's quite important for them to try and pull off this series win. Because if they can't win this one against Nouns, they are looking rather like they're in the deep end, right? And when I say deep end, I mean they're quite literally drowning in the standings, and that's not really a good place to be because you kind of then rely on teams like Bait and Alpha to not do too well in their future games. As we can have a look at the most pick heroes as well between these two teams and see exactly what's going on. Now, I can't say I'm too shocked by what I'm seeing on the side of Nouns. I guess the Doom Techies is the most unsurprising. Of course, we've seen Yamson play a pretty mean Morphling as of late, and it does seem like he's kind of established that Morph is maybe the better kind of POS 1 for him to pick up in this current meta. Sand King Gomez, on the other hand, I'm not surprised by their picks either, John, because we saw them pick a lot of Alchemist in their first few pickups. Void Spirit, Doom, both very popular. Lund's also been playing a lot of Storm. And Yambura himself was playing a hell of a lot of Undying as well. But yeah, I mean, pretty standard picks for this meta, I would say.
Yeah, nothing too strange. Maybe now it's doubling down on the Venomancer. It's a little bit funny to see, but when the Venom works, it does dominate quite well as you can play off that momentum.
Cuckoo won with Veno yesterday, did he not? Am I incorrect in saying that? He did. The answer is yes, he did, Jonathan. You should know this. But Cuckoo did win with Venomancer. So, you know, if Cuckoo wins with Venomancer, that means Venomancer's back. The Cuckoo Mancer is officially back in meta as we do have a draft. Maybe we'll get the Cuckoo Mancer here, John. You never know. Why not?
Why not indeed? I mean, the Venomancer, again, it's a hero that works, but if you don't if you don't manage to make its lane really good, if it doesn't enable your lane and you don't win out your lane, then the hero falls flat very fast. So up against a team like Sand King Gomez, I think it just lets you win more on the side of Nouns, as I do believe they've got the capabilities to utilize that hero if they wanted to. I don't think it's a real first phase pick material, especially with Techies and Doom left unbanned, with Sand King Gomez taking out the Deuce and Kotl and Nouns, taking care of the Bat Rider Pugna. So wouldn't be too surprised by them just picking Techies, maybe a Doom. They go with Techies, of course. Why not?
Great hero at the moment. Really enjoying it. I don't know if you've seen my match history, John. I've been winning a lot of Techies games as of late. Very, very fun hero at the moment. Big fan. Of course, we never mentioned this. I don't think you mentioned it either. Yambura is out for today. Jubei is standing in for Yambura for the side of SKG, and you can see the man there, bottom left corner.
I haven't seen Jubei in such a long time, I believe.
Good to see him back.
Yeah, the last time we casted him was probably in the first actual DPC cycle, if I recall right. That's when we had a couple of talks with this guy. So it's nice to see him back on. We'll see how much it impacts Sand King Gomez's performance, but I believe the hero pool across Jubei and Yanbur are fairly similar, if I recall right.
I mean, they're POS 5 players, Jonathan. Things don't change too much. Let me tell you, as a POS 5 player myself, we all play the same crap. You know, whatever doesn't get us killed in 2 seconds, we'll take it. So they do go for the Skywrath Mage and the LC pickup. LC, not a hero we've seen so much, even though the hero does seem to be very, very powerful in the current meta. Obviously, we saw it like just last series in our last game with Arteezy's POS 1 LC, which ended up deleting some items at the end of the game. But I'm pretty sure SKG won't be having the luxury of running a POS 1 LC. I'm pretty sure we're looking at a POS 3.
Yeah, you're just running the Skywrath Mage LC combination down line, secure dual wins. Can feel pretty damn good to just play this momentum, play this tempo coming out from Sand King Gomez. For Nouns part, they just go into the Bloodseeker. This could be perhaps a POS 5 Techies now coming out. Running something else on POS 4. Bloodseeker Techies lane, pretty good. That actually can run down the Skywrath Mage in particular really early on. So I will be curious to see where Nouns does put the Techies in the end, whether or not we're getting Husky or Lelis playing it. I think that's it's open enough. I wouldn't mind it on Husky. I can see Lelis kind of taking it up as well, depending on the lanes. So stable foundation for Nouns. We've seen Bloodseeker be a hero that's really hard to handle. Like just picking the Bloodseeker now means that Sand King Gomez can't pick something like the Pangolier. It's just a little bit too tricky to play Pango into the Bloodseeker. So I expect if Nouns wants a Pango, they could take it up themselves. I like that Sand King Gomez also take out the Omni Knight, just preventing something like preventing some saves coming out here. Preventing maybe a Omni Knight versus Ember matchup for Sand King Gomez if they are thinking about the Ember here as well. As Omni Knight kind of stomps that lane. And an eclectic mix of bans from Sand King Gomez as the Disruptor is taken out as well.
Husky looking very happy right now. Some apparent reason. Not really sure why. He's a happy boy. Maybe because he doesn't have to play Undying. That's always a good start for
10
him.
seconds
Isn't
remaining.
Undying? It's one of those heroes, John. You know, it's very strong, but yeah,
5
sometimes you get
seconds
sick of
remaining.
pressing
Team
Q.
ban.
You know,
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. It's,
I don't, but he does.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that. I get it. Although to be fair, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I don't get bored of playing one hero. In fact, my games have devolved to me
Team
playing
pick.
a mix of 5 heroes. It's like, I know my
Oh,
brain's dead. Like,
5.
a mix. Sometimes I'm like, all right, can I play a universal hero here? If not, then what's a fun support? And if I don't find anything, I just default to line. My default's like, all right, I can't think of anything, just pick the line. It's like, whatever.
I'm very sorry to hear that, John. I'm very sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
One
Just
day
a
he'll
bunch
be
of
good
turbo
again, though.
games.
One day he'll be good again. Don't you worry.
I mean, in turbo, it's fine, dude. Fine. It's fine in turbo. You get your 15, you get your shard, you're happy.
I don't
10
think
Sit
so,
back.
John. Come on.
remaining.
I don't.
Yeah, it's fun. Turbo's fun.
5 seconds
Honestly.
remaining.
Mirana comes out. That's pretty fun as well for Sand King Gomez. You don't really have stable setup outside of Duel. So I'm keen to see whether or not, again, that's something they prioritize. Ember Spirit's still in the pool for Sand King Gomez. So they could just pick it up. Ember Mirana combination for early rotations mid. Yamson jamming out once more. I wonder if he's got Ice Spice up on his headphones again, as we heard last time in his interview. I have no idea what any Ice Spice song is, but I'm sure
Oh.
Yamson is enjoying himself.
I mean, I'll be honest. I understood all the references he said last time, which is kind of sad because I'm 32
did?
years old, and I did, Jonathan. I did. I don't know what's wrong with me recently, but yeah, he might have it. He's jamming, but yeah, sadly, I've listened to some of that music, which, I'm not going to go as far as saying it's good, John, but it doesn't make my ears bleed, so that's a start.
Nouns.
Could be worse, I suppose.
It could be.
Could always be worse, Mike, because now let's pick up the bounty hunters, looking to snowball a bit, and they pick up the Ench. So this should be our core bounty hunter coming out for Moo, with our supports coming out, Ench techies, still some flex. You can kind of just mix this around depending on the lanes. I do actually prefer bounty hunter techies as
10
an
seconds
offlane duo,
remaining.
so
Nouns.
should be
Turn
getting
to
Ench
ban.
Bloodseeker, which isn't too bad. And there's the Ember we talked about. Sand King Gomez just take it up, as they have the Mirana. The question now is, will Sand King Gomez ban out the Lone Druid? Surely they can see this one coming. Because Nouns will definitely take it if they're allowed to, I'm sure.
We'll see. Does seem like a pretty strong pickup. Who's going off lane though for Nouns? Like, is this going to be an off lane bounty? Is this
Yeah,
a,
bounty.
Is
Should
this
be
the-
Moo on the bounty.
Well, it could be the off lane Inch as well, right? Like,
Dire team
we
ban.
did see a bit of off lane Inch before.
It could be. It could be, to be fair. I feel like... I guess it depends on your safe lane matchup. I do prefer Bounty Hunter with a farm prioritization. It can be an aura builder. It's a decent enough Crimson Guard. Guardian Greaves carrier. Mood does still tend to enjoy playing the aura build for the most part. So I wouldn't mind him on the Bounty Hunter more than anything else.
10
I think the Ench can
seconds
still do its job with minimal farm, then just scale up later on. Scale up through these track kills. Because it's the one thing, right? Like, levels matter a lot, and cores just get priority in levels all the time. And supports kind of stay lagging behind by 2 to 3 levels, maybe more, 5 levels max by 10 minutes, or by 15. 10's a bit of an exaggeration, but by 15, you're like 5 levels behind, or 4 levels behind your core. I would rather have an over-leveled bounty over an over-leveled Ench. I think that just gives you a lot more in these fights.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, I don't mean to be, go against you, John, but Hurricane Pike, it's fun. It's very fun.
It is fun. But think about the possibilities. If Moo doesn't go for Aura build Bounty Hunter, what can you go? The
I mean,
possibilities are limitless. Maybe
Classic
he's
Divine
feeling
Rapier.
confident enough. Yeah, the
Famous
Divine
Divine
Rapier
Rapier.
Classic. Or say a Harpoon Bounty Hunter. I don't know what good that does you, but would be fun if they go with the Magnus.
Speaking of
So-
Harpoon,
What are they running mid? Is it the Magnus mid for Gunner? Should be, right? Surely.
I mean, it could be. It should be, actually, because it should be a Pos 1 Bloodseeker. Could be a Pos 1 Mag, though, depending on whether Yamson feels like it. But yeah, I'd say if anything, what if it's just an off-lane Mag and a Pos a pos 2 bounty. Because we do see that as well.
Yeah.
What are we,
Yeah,
for a game or
it's a
something?
possibility. I wouldn't mind it too much. I think melee matchup against Ember is fine. Kind of works out. You just keep stunning him and you clear out the creep, steal his farm. Bounty Hunter does have pretty decent right click damage. Wouldn't mind it too much. I'm curious where they go, because for now, and for this kind of draft, it does feel like you're going to be waiting for some item timings before getting really aggressive. Like Magnus, you just tend to wait for Echo Saber, then it's a toss-up whether or not you want to go Blink first or Harpoon first. And that kind of dictates how much of these 5v5s you're willing to take or how many pickoffs you're hunting for instead. For Sand King Gomez, it just feels like this aggression is out of the gates already there. And the Chain Arrows is there. The Ancient Seal duel plus Mystic Flare is there. Like, there's a lot of good timings to meet here on the side of Sand King Gomez. So I think it's open enough that you can just keep playing run and gun. It does look like they're thinking really hard about their safe lane core here, coming out for Leonidas. What options? He has a couple of options. I mean, that Alchemist you mentioned is still in the pool if he wants to kind of take that up.
Let's see. It's KG. 35 seconds of reserve time left to make this final pickup. Get a lot riding on the line, even though they are up against a pretty challenging team to beat like Nouns.
You may now select
And they are going to go down the CK route. So something pretty different coming out here from the boys, but I like it. I think it's not too bad of a pick here. Doesn't seem like there's any crazy kind of counter towards the CK. We'll see how Leonidas does do with the Chaos Knight this game. Again, SKG, like, there is a lot to play for their sake, because they've only got 2 more series after this one. So if they lose this, they've got Team Felt, which they could have a pretty good chance of winning. But then after that, they've got TSM, who I'm sure are not very interested in losing any more games, because they are still in the running to get a top 2 spot if things go wrong for the other top 2 teams.
Yeah, there's still a shot. I'm interested in Nouns still. They do go with the Moo Ench, as you mentioned there, Mike. So they will prioritize the Ench, which up against the CK, I don't mind as much. I think that does make sense. The Enchantress, outside of Hurricane Pike, I think this is actually a pretty decent Ags game for Ench. Sproink, just to help you clear out some of the CK illusions. It's actually not bad. Like, Sproink, I know people meme about it. It's actually not a bad Ags. Like, we've seen it actually do work in a lot of regions. So, wouldn't mind that for Moo. Probably not an item to prioritize. It's still Power Treads Hurricane Pike. For Sand King Gomez, I like seeing that tempo coming out. Like, CK is a high tempo hero. It sets up really well for Mystic Flare down the line. Arrow plus the Chaos Bolt is actually decent control in the lane. So there's some good punish. There's some good tempo for the side of SKG. Now all they need to do is execute, because again, for Nouns, one downside of this kind of draft, it might need a little bit more farm before it can really get active here.
It may, John, and we're going to find out exactly how game 1 is going to go, as we can head over to the game and see exactly what's going to happen here between these 2 teams. Nouns versus SKG.
It's begun.
Game number 1. Jabase getting tipped by all the players in the game.
Yeah, that's
literally every single one. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Nouns, they're going to move in. Oh, Lelis, who do you want? Seems like they will try for Ducho. He will try to run out of the Blood Riot to block his way. They're going for 2 targets at once, in fact. But Ducho is the one to eventually go down, as Gunner's going to take the kill.
What are we, a pro team?
Why the hell not? Hand it over to the mid Magnus.
Or something?
I mean, this could be a very BM kind of matchup, depending on what's happened in the pub games in NA.
Oh, you know, Juve, he's a character, isn't he?
Yes, I
He's
do.
a character. I'm sure there's some such happened in the pub, some such yada yada yada.
I was gonna say, maybe, you know, time's gone by, maybe he's grown up a little bit.
Oh,
You know?
there's no
People
maybes.
mature.
There's
Okay.
no maybes about it, Mike. It's the NA.
Okay,
You know, that shit
That's
sticks.
that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that. Lelis, the Sentry Ward placement is down from Jubei. He's going to land the arrow as well into the follow-up stun. Lelis might actually just be set to fall, as he doesn't have the Shadow Walk. So a nice Sentry placement from Jubei. And he ends up getting the kill. Perfect.
Yeah, nice kill to come out. Unfortunately, that's all bounties going the way of Nouns. So I don't think you mind too much trading Lilith away like that, even though probably didn't need to die either, but you waste the sentry in a very far off spot. You get everything out for yourself. You're taking a look at that mid matchup. Ember versus Magnus. Pretty back and forth lane. Pretty decent enough for the Ember. I don't expect Lund to get crushed. Gunnar shouldn't be able to run away with too much in this lane at the same time. He's got the bracer up. Magnus with his base stats, universal hero. Pretty memey with what you can do level 1. We do have a tri-lane on tri-lane up top. That's new tech. So you leave the Bloodseeker and Legion Commander to duel it out alone, but early tri-lane, that should be broken up at some point, but Nine's not going through the gate. We'll see what happens. This is a lot of EXP just being shared. It's a little bit of a EXP starvation if you maintain this for too long.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in terms of this bot matchup, it doesn't necessarily favor the Bloodseeker. Like, sure, you have good sustain, but the thing is, like, if the creep wave isn't by your tier 1 tower, the LC is just going to hit away. Like, Moment of Courage is a pretty broken ability when you're doing a 1v1. As top lane, Nine looks to be pretty broken himself. He does go down to the Skywrath, and Lelis wants to go for a bit more as Husky's going to continue moving in. Leonidas, though, he's going to get aggressive. He'll get the kill here with Jabay, but he's going to pay for it with his own life as now Moo's going to go for a run. He's going to be just fine. And Jabay, he has leap charges, so Husky is not going to bother trying to use the blast off. He'll save it for when Lelis is back. It's kind of the thing as well for SKG at this top lane. Like, I don't think their tri-lane is quite as strong as what Nouns have. It's mostly the techies effect, John. Like, this techies in a tri-lane, it is super broken.
It is. It really is. It just applies a lot of damage in a wide AoE. Its range is really good. It's hard to contest this right-click output. And you just feel good. You know, like, you've got a wand on 2 heroes. Husky not... without his own wand just yet, but the stick at least will fly through.
Leonidas.
Oh.
Blast off's going to land. I don't think they'll get the damage this time around as Husky, going a little bit too preemptively, is going to give his own life away. Obviously, you do have to be cautious. You are also up against a Skywrath Mage who can deal so much damage quite quickly, but Husky, that time around, didn't get the memo.
Just a bit too aggressive. Does get punished for it. And it's just going to have to respawn. And the tri-lane is slowing down your EXP gains. They do break it up top now for Nouns. Husky heads down bot. Yamson, even though left solo, sure, you're finding a lot more farm here in Ducho. It's not like you're being shut out completely in the Bloodseeker. I think that's a net positive overall as they rotate down bot as well with a Sky.
Oh, Gunner's doing a lot of damage here in the mid lane. John Lund forced to get away. Is going to be just fine to do so. With that bot lane you talked about, like, it really has not been going that great for Yamson. And it goes back to the 1v1 matchup. Like, you can't do it against the LC. It's just, again, Moment of Courage, it's just too strong. And so is Overwhelming Odds, rather. It's really, really strong in a 1v1 melee matchup.
You can do a lot. And, I mean, Yamson's hurting, but, again, he's not too far behind. And yes, he's matching the Chaos Knight. So it's not the worst thing in the world. At the same time, I mean, the CK had to go against a tri-lane. So it's not the comfiest feeling. I think looking at that mid you briefly mentioned, it's tough for the Ember when you do go max in power, which you tend to do anyway, as the Magnus nowadays, because you don't have a way of blocking that physical harass. Like, he just right-clicks a wave, you lose a lot of HP, Flame Guard doesn't save you, you're forced to go Searing Chains as well, so you can't really clear out the creep wave just with a Flame Guard. And that just means you're going to be lagging behind in farm. Lagging behind in your EXP spikes. Lagging behind in those initial cheap items like, say, the Orb of Corrosion. Even just the Blades of Attack to help the cause. And Gunnar just controls the lane. Like, without any support rotations mid. Without the Morana able to leave the CK, then you don't have that pressure onto the Mag while he's vulnerable.
Oh, look at Ducho. Look how aggressive this LC is getting bot lane. Like, maybe a bit too aggressive, but he's still going. Yamson in huge trouble. The Blastoff's only going to land onto the Skywrath Mage, but Yamson is able to walk away. They weren't able to land that last Blood Grenade onto the Bloodseeker, and, well, quite frankly, it probably wouldn't have been enough anyway. But it's allowing Ducho so much free farm on the LC, and I'll tell you what, like, from the games we've seen, Ducho's been having a really tough time, like constantly being focused from the off lane. This is the first game I feel like that we've seen for a while now where he's actually finding farm.
Yeah, it's the first time in a while. And we have to see that investment pay off. Phase boots up. Dutra's right-click damage is pretty hard to contest. Again, he's done a great job in the solo lane.
Husky. Yeah, he's very far forward here. Bloodright's going to come in. Won't make the difference yet. Ducho willing to man up. Look at the damage. He's just manning against Yamsun. He doesn't care. Problem is, Lelis has shown up now. But Ducho, realizing something is awry, will back his way out as 9 is being targeted. Ducho going to come back in, but can't 2v1. Or maybe he can if he can land a nice overwhelming odds. But it seems like Yamsun gets the point and doesn't stack up with Lelis.
Doesn't overextend too much. Dutra just watching. And he's gonna try to grab the Lotus. Could cost him.
He's got it. Bloodright should land. Ducho gets the double overwhelming odds, and with that, he's just a bit too fast to really keep up with. So they'll have to let him go.
Yeah, I think you're still all right in this lane for SKG. We just need to see them tie in. Eventually, once you have that level 6 in Dutra, secure some early duel wins. Down mid, Lon still struggling here.
Yeah, level 5, not really a great way out for him, as Gunner's just going to take the kill casually on the Magnus. So 5-4. I'll tell you, it's not really a bad start at all for SKG. Definitely closer than the last few matches we've seen from these boys, and I think that's a good start for SKG. Like, even if you are behind, you're already doing better than usual, I would argue.
Your lanes look a lot better. Dutra has an actual game to play. And yeah, you've got a pretty free time right now for Leonidas. It's left solo. Like, the CK is not under any threat up against the solo inch. It's going to take a while till the Enchantress damage can kind of pressure.
They're trying to Dutra. I mean, you can't deal with the LC at the moment. There's no way. Like, maybe they're just trying to go onto him before he hits that 6 mark, but he's going to have it now. Like, he does need one more creep, but he'll have the 6, and with how strong he is right now, it's going to be very hard to not allow him to get those duel wins.
Middle tower is under attack.
We'll see what they do. I mean, every other lane's pretty silent at the moment.
Yeah, just kind of defaulting to farm. I think if you can perhaps drag Husky in when he has his 6, it feels a little more comfy onto that LC.
They're trying on the most challenging target. As Moo's going to try for a TP out, and he's fine. And yeah, he voice lines him as he walks out. Like, that's the hardest target you could have asked for. And they made the jump in and sadly figured out that it was not worth trying. Ducho's being chased here by Lelis, but 9's going to show up once again. Might even turn now. Jewel is out. Rupture committed. Bloodright is there. Blast off in as well. Ducho, he's not going to win the duel, and he's not even going to kill Lelis. They will get him eventually. But I think Nouns will be pretty happy with that, making sure he doesn't get that initial duel damage. It's kind of the thing with the LC, like, you really enjoy getting those early duels to get that momentum going. You know, increase your farm, increase your chances of the next duel winning. But sadly for him, he misses out.
I don't think that was a bad angle to take. It's just that the follow-through damage wasn't there. Your Skyrat Mage at level 4, your Mirana at level 4 as well, prioritizing the Storm. Not really able to get that instantaneous burst that you'd want. There's enough time there for the side of Nouns to punish. They just come in, they get the kill. No dual win for them as well, but you know, you're not really hunting for that. And you're more than happy to just take these kills. Lelis scouting down mid once more. That still doesn't have track up. That is just aiming to be annoying.
And it is very annoying. Like, it's just like this, like 28 gold still. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but it must be. Oh, hold on a minute. Moo is absolutely destroying Leonidas. My goodness, that is revolting to watch. As bottom lane, Ducho again going to find himself in danger, trying to go after Husky, but cannot do so as Gunner is here. We'll find his 3rd kill of the game here on the Magnus, and well, Nouns looking like they've warmed up now. They're looking pretty hot.
And that lead Ducho had, it's a minimal net worth advantage off the back of that lane, only 200 up in comparison to Yamsun. You've got big issues with handling Gunner now, still has that RP ready. You've got Track and Lelis.
Oh, well, that's a very short remnant. I mean, he's trying to go for the... Oh, that's another very short remnant here from Lund. Arrow is going to be avoided here by Gunner. They're trying their best. Maybe the Sleight of Fist. No, he can't get it in time. He tried. They do at least kill off Husky, but now Gunner gonna move in, but won't bother try and go for the RP play. There was one remnant left on Lund, so he could have gone for the juke out. Actually, the Ember's probably one of the harder targets to actually land an RP on, considering he has so many ways to juke it out. So he'll just leave it at that.
You still have this massive level advantage coming out, though, for Gunner. And Lellis just dipping around, getting some scouting done. There are wards to watch, but how do you connect?
Gunner, pretty far forward, but Leonidas does not seem confident. In fact, Gunner's the one to move in, and Japay's just gone. That's a lot of damage. And he's hitting for over 250 per right click already. With the Echo Saber up, it's not going to take long for Leonidas to drop, as he is just about dead. Meanwhile, Moo kills off Ducho down a bot lane.
They kick into gear now. Nouns ready to run around. They've got the track. They're feeding off the track really well. Snowballing Gunner even hard. 7k on that Magnus in comparison to the next hero on the opposing side at 4.7. So a sizable lead. Fast blink being built up by Gunner as well. And again, universal hero type, man. Tanky, lots of damage. You couldn't ask for more. Just stat pad yourself with strength and you're happy.
Oh, Yamsun chased down here by Ducho. He's so close for the jewel. Just needs to get a little bit closer, and he does get it eventually. But he needs the help. Mystic Flare, it's not going to be enough for the jewel win, but at least they kill off Yamsun. It's still a huge pick-off. It cost them 5 heroes to make that happen, but they do get it. But look at Moo. He's just throwing impetus shots all over the place. He could not give a crap that there's 5 heroes here. And Ducho is just going to die. These are level 4 impetus shots. They hurt a lot.
It's a massive amount of pain coming out from Moo. And that's just him with the double nulls plus the power treads. And it's all going to give him a lot of mana to play with as well. Kind of just feel good. A smoke out now from Nouns. Could find Leonidas.
Leonidas? Oh, he hasn't realized. Yeah, it's kind of the thing when you're playing against Bounty. Like, you've always got to keep an eye out for that track, and it's not easy to spot it out very quickly, but at this level, like NA Div 1, you've got to be keeping an eye out for it.
For sure. They get to clear out the stacks now as well. Jube.
He's trying his best not to leap here, John. See, if he leaps, he'll just die. Jewel out. Arrow's going to be there, but it lands on to Lelis, who tanks the arrow, saves Moo's life. Props to Lelis, realizing they needed that arrow to land on him instead. And, oh, I'd hate to say it again, but still no dual damage.
No dual damage, no objectives being taken, no laning pressure coming out from SKG. So now it's just in complete control. Moo?
I mean, he's tanky. Like, they're going to try. I don't know about this. Chains was not even off cooldown. Lund, he's stuck around too long. Remnants away, Mystic Flare out. They've got Husky, but he will not die to it. TP away from the Ember. He'll make it out just barely, but Yamson's still going forward onto the Skywrath. He will back off. He'll play it safe. Meanwhile, Ducho. Lelis going to move in. Ducho, he's going to purge off the track. Gunner ends up missing the skewer. So Ducho, he's going to survive this time.
Does manage to bail out. That is the blink reveal on Gunner, I believe. So not going to be as surprising now for the next few jumps. But again, you've got this opportunity to get that big initiation. He hasn't needed the blink, though, to find any of this. Granted, it's all been mainly single target pickoffs, but they are still finding the angle just with a few good smokes. SKG now popping their own smoke. They need some dual wins. They're clumping up on Ducho. They need to find something to get the snowball going on the LC.
Just be careful, you know. The tier 1 tower is there for rotations. Like, Gunner's got the blink RP. You don't... In fact, Gunner's getting to the twin gate, so he realizes they might be hunting him down, as Lelis is going to spot them out. So now they definitely know that was happening. Ping's coming out mid lane to try and harass Lund away from this mid tier 1 towers. Lelis was caught out there for a moment, but... Oh, they've got him. Mystic Flare. Nice play from 9.
They find one. They don't get the duel off of that, but again, you need any kill you can find. You'll just kind of take it here. 500 gold swing going the way of SKG. Now to their part, they're using the map space well. They're giving a lot of room out for Yamson to just farm into that BKB timing now. No contention coming out. The Harpoon almost done on Gunner as well, which is another major item spike. And everything's just kind of lining up. You're getting some room to recover on the side of Sand King Gomez. Echo Saber being built up by Leonidas. That shouldn't be too far off either. Again, some key timings, but just no control right now from SKG.
The damage that Moo's dealing with these Impetus, man, it's kind of ridiculous how much he's doing. Like I know it's double damage to creeps, but just look at this. Look at Jabay. Look at that. Half his HP is gone. Half his HP is just gone from one Impetus. Leonidas. He's gonna try to run out of here. TPs are there. Maybe trying to bait a fight for his team now. Blastoff gonna be out from Husky. Mines will be denied off. Jewel is there. Surely this is the first one to come out here for Ducho. He's got it. Bit of Jewel damage. Meanwhile, Leonidas, he armor toggles, but he was ruptured. Oh, he kills himself. Oh, not like this. Still, they've got Yamsun. It's a big pick-off. It won't matter they lost the TK. They've got a better target anyway. Is Gunner. He's going to try to... Oh, boy. Nice RP from Gunner. Sadly, it did not land onto anything apart from the trees. They will still find Ducho. Gunner's gonna get tipped here by Yamsun. So will Husky. So will Moo. Rightfully so. He missed an RP, you've got to tip the guy.
Yeah, you can see Moo having a bit of a smile as well. It's like, that happened. You know, it happens sometimes. It happens to the best of us. Try to land a multi RP on the edge, connects to absolutely no one, but you still win the fight. You know, you sacrifice Yamsun, but then you're getting this ball rolling elsewhere, and Yamsun does find a kill before he falls anyway. A little bit rough.
At the very least, the polarity was reversed there, John. It's Jubei.
True.
Jubei's gonna try and run. It's so hard as a Marauder versus Eng, because you just can't do anything. Like, you can't hit the Eng because of Untouchable. You can't really kill her. She just impetuses you and you can't leave. Like, what are you meant to do?
Nothing. You just die to Bambi.
Accept
That's it. Yeah, you just accept it. Bambi is just a stronger forest person thing.
Give Moo a Grove Bow. Like, make this game even more fun for me. Give him a Grove
get a
Bow.
Grove Bow out. You know what? Just give us a random ballista. Ice Frog. Just drop it right now in the middle. Have it be like a battle royale. It's a crate that drops in. Free ballista.
That was like the best, worst tier 5 item, I feel
That
like.
was...
Because it was...
No, that period was a nightmare, Mike. Do you remember all the Motivate Trust games we had to cast?
I remember.
With
Yeah.
Jackie,
Those were
Arc
good
Warden,
times.
Jackie Terrorblade, Jackie Sniper.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. The Arc Warden
getting
is one that
shivers.
really comes to mind. I
Oh,
still
God.
remember that game very vividly.
It's not
Speaking
even
of
just one
Jackie, I
game,
believe
it's multiple.
He's basically qualifying to Bali, from what I can tell. Bleed's doing it. Very pop.
Yeah. They did take that loss up against Blacklist, so Talon can
Imagine that.
tie for first now, which is something. Yeah, that's something, right? Ninja Boogie's coaching. The better Mike now proving his worth, Mike. Huh?
Better Mike compared to who? You don't mean to me. I mean, come on. If I was coaching
Oh yeah,
Blacklist,
that's right. That's right. I forget you are My Little Pony, after all.
Get out of here, John.
I wish I could. I wish I could, Mike.
Mid lane. Lun's gonna jump in, and he's all right. He'll slide a fist away as the Mystic Flare.
Woo.
Oh, they try to share the damage. It wasn't enough. Little's still gonna go down 9, finding his 4th kill of the game here on the Skyrath. Very nice.
Yeah, it's feeling great. Again, this is a pretty strong Sky game. There's no direct jump to the back line outside of Gunner, but even then, gap closing to a Skyrath Mage can sometimes be a challenge. So he's just using that distance well. Level 3 Ancient Seal. A lot of combinations can play with there. Unfortunately, for the side of SKG, the moment they focus one place, the other parts of the map get taken over. Moo's already shoved in top tier 2 all the way down to 322 HP for a moment there. Did manage to glimpse the magical number on tower HP. That was not on purpose, Mike. I just literally moused over and it was 322. I'm lucky.
Thank you.
Blessed.
Thank you for that, John. Well done. Smoke out.
Radiant are
SKG.
Oh, nice scan.
Very nice scan. Mines are going to give the information anyway. Like, it's so annoying against techies because it just the sound cue tells them everything. We go Husky. He's hanging around. Like, he has not tried to leave yet. Now he's going to know they're right next to him, and they're going to find him. Husky, you couldn't have asked for more information here, Husky. Although he's still alive, eventually does go down, but now the cavalry is here. They have got a couple. Ducho already down. Lund trying to run is going to slide a fist. Remnant to the north. He's still fighting now, but no. Moo gets him with the impetus shot. Leonidas is not safe either. He is gone. 9. Hands up. Bye-bye, world. Nice bait by Husky.
That was unfortunate for
I give you
Lund.
plus 18 dual damage. You give me your team what?
Unfortunate for Lund. He remnanted forward while an auto attack, an impetus shot was flying out. And well, you know, he's far enough, Mike. You die. You die. He does have the Grove Bow, by the way, on Moo. So there you go. There's your wish. Where's my ballista, though? Where's my ballista, Ice Frog? Where is it? Come on. Randomly drop us, airdrop the ballista right now. Have the G-Man
if we're complaining about items, Jonathan, we've got Phylactery, we've got Pavice, we've got Harpoon, we've got Disperser. But apparently I'm not allowed to have Necrobook anymore. You tell
the
me.
hell up about
how's
that
that
book.
fair?
Stop it, Mike. No one wants to read your damn book. You love books so much, play Warlock. He's a bloody nerd. His power is literally reading. That's legitimately it.
I used to, back in Dota All-Stars, I used to build Necrobook for Warlock, by the way, John.
You are,
in case you're wondering.
You're a sick man, Mike.
It worked. Mid-Warlock with Necrobook back in my day, it worked.
You're a sick man. You're a sick man. All this time we were casting China, did you really enjoy the mid-dazzle Necrobook rushes? Do you remember that? Because I don't remember you being happy about that.
Faith Beyond started it from the off lane, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, from the off lane, but then we'd see it mid-dazzle Necrobook. I remember.
Yeah, I
you must have been so happy. I can't remember you being that happy, but you must have been. You must have been hiding it well.
Shut up, John. Here we go, mid lane. Lund gets a tier 1 tower. Very, very nice. Meanwhile, top lane, a team fight has broken out. Jewel Victor is going to be Lilith. Skarner finds a double kill here on the mag. Lilith now officially has the same amount of dual damage as the LC.
It's been rough going for Dutra. He had a great laning start. The duels sometimes just not lining up. It does feel like, again, you have to take these for the Skyrat Mage a little bit closer. You have to get the Mystic Flare off. Oh, Lilith almost found it. Point there. I am interested in Lilith's build, not even going Auras. Like, gets one support item in the Solar Crest and just goes full semi-core, Sanj and Yasha. Why not?
We'll see him do.
Who needs barriers, you know? What's a Crimson card? Get me out with these Greaves up. Who needs any of that? 2 swords.
You're complaining about Lilith. Look at Moo. He's got Hurricane Pike into Heart of Tarrasque. You know, like he's the offlane hero, John.
He is. That's pretty based, though. You have to admit, Mike,
based.
this is what you would call very based.
Something I would do. That's for sure. Oh, Ducho's gone again. Don't worry, Mr. Cameraman. Even I couldn't believe that happened. He just died.
But Moo doesn't even bother trying to dodge the arrow. He's just like, yeah, all right, whatever. I'll stand here.
I'll take
it's
it.
fine. It's all good.
This is the thing. Once Moo has a hard off, right? How do you actually kill him?
Yeah, you're right, because Mystic Flare is not going to be enough to rip through that HP. You don't really have any other magic damage sources outside of that. So you basically don't. I reckon. You don't kill Moo. I don't think even the CK has enough output just yet to get that job done by himself. They rip through all the tier 2s. SKG onto the high ground now. A 20k lead for now. It's 25-12. Sand King Gomez are struggling after decent enough lanes. And Dutra had a good time. He had a pretty decent time for Leonidas.
Look at this. Look at Lilith. He's just annoying the crap out. Oh, we've got an Aegis taken at the very least. Lilith is literally just holding Leonidas back because Yams has lost the Aegis. Arrow does connect. He needs some help right here, right now. Blastloff's going to be there. Mech out from Husky. Now a skill back from Gunner, but the RP does get cancelled off as Jubei is still going to go down. Meanwhile, Lelis is still chasing Leonidas. He's still going after him. And Yamsun, he's the one to secure the kill. Gunner, oh, barely misses out on Lund there with the skill back. It's just so demoralizing. Like, you're a POS 1 CK being chased down by a POS 4 bounty hunter, and you're losing.
I mean, to be fair, the bounty hunter is only about 1.6k gold behind this core CK, Mike.
He's a higher level.
Yeah, higher level as well. Like, what can you do? You know, like, it's kind of collapsed all down. Now it's just playing off this aggression. We talked about the snowball effect that would build up for now. It's with the track, and it's kind of overwhelming Santin Gomez at the moment. They will go for a smoke. They've got the blink duel. Blade mail is still effective, especially when the enemy cores are just so farmed. They will hurt themselves, but they're the mines.
Oh. See, this is the thing. Before techies got buffed, this is the question I was asking. Like, how are pro teams not picking up techies when you get this much information? Like, forget TA traps, right? These mines will tell you anytime they try to smoke up. Yeah. Even if they don't explode, who cares? You just hear the sound cue, you know exactly where they are.
It just ruins the smoke. You know, it gives you information. The one thing that the smoke's supposed to conceal. And SKG just doesn't find anything. They just siege onto the high ground again.
Nidus being skewed back. RP immediately up. And he is looking as good as dead here, though he will try to go for a bit of a run, but he did get ruptured up. And he is going to go down. I think this is a pretty one-sided affair here as Lund going to get skewered back. At least has a remnant, but the impetus. Oh, he's all right. He's going to make it.
Yeah. Didn't dodge it, though. Moo more than happy seeing that go through if you did see it. They will clear out in mid, 30 to 12. Santin Gomez. Options are growing limited. And this is where this lineup doesn't shine. Team fights just don't feel amazing. Ducho chased down.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's going to keep trying to run as Gunner. Just keep up the chase, has the blink up, and decides he's not going to chase anymore. He's done.
Yeah, he's got better things to do, I suppose.
Oh, he's still going, actually. Never mind. He just got lost.
Ah.
He just got juked. I mean, Ducho literally ran in the most obvious direction, and Gunner just thought maybe he was going to outplay him the other way, and sadly, he played himself.
Thinking a little bit too hard about that one. Ducho will just farm up while waiting for his TP. Though you buy some time, right? Like that's this high ground push without Gunner right now. It is only Moo, but to be fair, I mean, Moo has a heart.
Ducho!
So what do you do?
Oh, Ducho, he was trying to TP away. Oh, and he's jeweled. That's a frustration jewel right there, is Ducho. For anyone that missed it, he was TPing and Lelis found him.
Oh, no.
Yeah. After running for like 2 minutes straight trying to hide from Gunner and Lelis, he gets caught and dies mid-TP.
They're trying on Yamsun.
Okay, Yamsun. BKB up, still dropping though. I mean, he's a fast boy. There is a Scar at the Q is following the Arcane Bolt, Yamsun. he's just outrunning the Arcane Bolt. We'll take it in the end. Meanwhile, Toprax is being taken. Gunner's shown up. Lelis has showed up. Lelis will go down. Gunner has found Jubane. He will take him out very simply on the Mirana. As now the CK is going to try and man-fight Gunner. Armlet toggles. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Gunner completely out of control. 11-0-13. In the meantime, Moo is just casually taking top racks by himself.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Ducho. Jewel is there. He found Husky, but there's a lot of mines around that area, and it looks like the techies is eventually going to die. Ducho, though, he's all right. Or is he? No, he's not. Never mind. Miss. He gets it. Meanwhile, RP, Gunner, he's found Lund. He's found Leonidas. When does the torture end? It ends right now. GG is called. SKG, they have seen enough for game number 1. 33k advantage, proving to be more than enough for Nouns to get the GG call. And I wonder what SKG intend on trying to do for game number 2, but you know, after the laning stage, John, pretty one-sided affair here from Nouns' end.
Yeah, it definitely was. Again, we saw some shining moments there for Santin Gomez. The lane of Yamsun just the 1v1 wasn't the best. It also wasn't the worst, to be fair. Like, that was still playable enough for the Bloodseeker. He was still finding some farm. The tri-lane, though, did end up being way better for Nouns. And in fact, that was really the falling point for the side of Sand King Gomez. They needed to come out of these lanes really strong. We needed to see more connections with these ganks, like play off the back of Lund, try to get these arrow chains, try to play with a Mystic Flare. And for a while, they were doing that on that Sand King Gomez. They were finding some moments to get that out, but not enough to really get themselves going. And now it's just eventually overwhelmed them.
Yeah, so a pretty rough affair. Like, props to SKG. Like, there was a few moments, especially during the laning stage. Like, bot lane was pretty rough. But that's more of a hero advantage, I think, for Ducho. Eventually, once the dual lanes came back, like, things changed very, very quickly. And well, we do get to see some highlights. Of course, you saw London Leonidas just going down as well. This is I think, the big team fight that kind of proved the point that Nouns were just going to take over this game one. Husky doing a very nice bait down at that bot lane is we are going to see Yamson, I believe, lose an Aegis here. In fact, no, this isn't even an Aegis. Just going to fight back. And turns out SKG could not really contest, sadly.
He did lose his Aegis before this, though. Like,
right.
That's the start of the fight, so you just can't follow up. You know, Gunnar has this insane game on the Magnus, harassing out the Ember, works his lane very well because of the dynamics of that hero, and Yamson just gets to go ham at the end. Like, it's not easy for Sand King Gomez. I can't really fault the draft. I don't think it was that bad. I think this decision to try lane top with a CK just didn't pay off in the way they wanted it to. So maybe it's just more down to execution in lane, because the tri lane of Nouns just went too well. Then again, you're fighting into techies. I think if you want to play aggressive this way, into a techies lane is probably not the way to do it. It's just hard to gap close onto techies. He jumps on top of you. He has insane range, and it just makes it harder to look for that aggression.
That it does, Jonathan. And of course, Nouns do take game number one. We are going to have to hand over to MVP, of course. And I believe we're giving the MVP over to Lilith, who was doing some really good work here on the Bounty Hunter. You know, he really gives the support some love. MVP purely because he got that stun on the TP on Ducho for that last second. That put a huge smile on my face for no apparent reason. Just found it very, very unfortunate for Ducho. And, you know, what can you do? It was a great game for the side of Nouns. And Lilith will be game one MVP.
He played a fantastic game on the Bounty Hunter. He had a lot of impact. He was scouting around. He gave all the information out to Nouns, and once he had track of him, he was just active. You know, he was going around looking for these targets and just enabling that snowball for Nouns. For SKG in game number 2, I'm not sure what I want, actually, because, again, I thought the draft wasn't too bad. I feel like maybe just down to execution. Again, for SKG, they are playing with a stand-in. That does affect how the team works in general. I feel like Jan Burra does take the captaining role on this team, so you're playing without that guided voice. It's a little bit harder to adapt. I know Jube is a vocal player, but again, just maybe different ideas in how to execute is causing trouble. So maybe something easier to execute for the next game from SKG. That could give them a decent shot against Nouns.
It could, Jonathan, but we're going to head off to a short break. We'll give SKG some time to think about it, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between Nouns and, of course, SKG. Don't go anywhere. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between Nouns and, of course, SKG, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, bit of a stomp Nouns' way. Game 2, SKG. I'd love to see what they're about to change up, as we do have the Game 2 draft underway. Surprise, surprise. Nouns going right into the Techies Keeper of the Light. Sanking Gomez, though, starting themselves off with a Silencer picker.
Yeah, the Silencer's an interesting one. To prioritize Silencer over a Techies in first pick is honestly a little bit strange. Like, I don't think the hero takes high priority over a Techies. I can maybe get where they're going at here, looking for better team fight, which was something lacking in the last draft, and they will go for the Storm. I don't know about this kind of opening. It's a little bit strange, I will say, because Silencer Storm is in and of itself not that scary. Like, you don't start off with, say, a battery for your Storm. These two heroes don't really interact outside of Global Sounds to enable the Storm to zip in, but I don't know, it doesn't feel... It's not something that I'd look in a first phase, first pick. You know, it's like, I don't know, this is not synergistic. It's a bit strange.
I mean, yeah, I think maybe they're just going to comfort, right? Because we saw, I think the best performance we've seen out of Lund so far is on the Storm. So it might just be a purely like comfort pick for him to make here. Just like have himself a more, I don't know, a better game to say the least. As you can see the happy faces of Nouns, they're looking very confident right now. Not too much stress going on in their minds, apart from Husky, who looks like he almost fell over off his chair, but he saved himself. He's alright. He's alright.
He's disappearing. No, he's gone. Oh, he's gone, Mike. He's in a place of rest. That's where he's gone to. You are right. Lund has seemed comfiest on that Storm. Same hand movements from Moo and Husky. That's some interesting synchronization. Look at that.
It's good. Good synergy here from the boys. Yamson's trying to get involved, but nobody cares. Yamson, you cut that crap out.
I mean, to be fair though, like I want to go back. Like, okay, you wanted to pick the Storm. Surely you just pick Pogna first pick if you want the Storm.
I love how you said Pogna, like Pogna, like you were imitating Thompson there for a moment.
Pogna, pick me Pogna. It is a hero. One of the heroes of all time is Nouns takes a hero here as well. Pangolier being picked up. I mean, Storm matchup is fine. You don't care too much about the Silencer, especially once you have a blink. You can just roll beforehand, blink in. Global Silence doesn't do much to stop you. I guess you can't bounce around with your shield crash. Whoop-de-doo, I guess. I don't know. I'm like,
Very
I can't.
nonchalant of you, John.
I just can't justify a Silencer Storm first pick.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. We understand you don't like it. We'll pass on the feedback to SKG. We'll let them know that John X5 is not happy with this opening.
Who cares what John has to say? Let's face it, you know. It's I swear, we should have an emote where I'm sure there's actually a lot of screen caps where you could say, John X5 talking about things no one cares about while Mike thinks to himself, get me out. I'm sure that would exist in an alternate universe. I mean, I'm no Avery, but I talk about a lot of stuff no one cares about. My entire existence is something no one cares about, Mike. I understand this.
John, no need to get personal. Nobody cares. Sanking Gomez. Third pick up for them. They'll have a bit of a think about it. Reserve time is always usually like maximized here from SKG. They like to think about it quite a lot, and I guess because you do have the stand-in of Jubei here as well, like you want to make sure the guy feels comfortable in what you're drafting, so you take his input quite seriously. Average obs planted is 0 from Jubei. How did that happen?
No, I mean, because he didn't have stats until last game, right? So I'm not sure if it got updated stats. I suppose.
I know, but it'd be hilarious if it was actually 0. Like he just refused to place an obs forward last game.
He has a principled stand against Observer Wards. He doesn't like him. He doesn't work with him. That's understandable. Because if you think about Obs Wards, Mike, aren't they like snitches?
Oh,
associated with a snitch.
That's true.
They are snitching in the enemy team, you know? Not trustworthy.
SKG. They're going to go for the Mirana pickup here. Nouns. Fourth pick for themselves. I mean, they do require 2 more calls unless we're going to see something cool like the mid Coddle come out. But we're going to see a TB picked up here for Yamson. No, the man loves the hero. So, and then the TB has proven to be very powerful in this current meta. So
Yeah.
surprise, surprise, surprise when it comes to Terrorblade, right? Like they make tiny changes and Terrorblade's just
10
back
seconds remaining.
instantly.
Pretty much. Like you have the Terrorblade Kotl, the Pangolier Kotl. Terrorblade Kotl being a much more common trope, drafting trope in Southeast Asia. You see this a lot. Just lowering the cooldown of Metamorphosis can feel good, so I don't mind that too much. Reflection spam's not too bad. I'm wondering how they lane this. I feel like you could honestly just, if they last pick a Moo hero, that's fine. If you do keep Moo on, say, offlane Pango, which isn't too common, but I feel like that works pretty damn well with a Kotl. Again, early Swash spam, early Shield Crash spam with Chakra. Techies plus Terrorblade is a damn good lane anyway. Reflection Sticky Bomb. Blast off Metamorphosis by level 2. It feels really good to be aggressive there. So you have a lot of options for Nouns to kind of flex around on these last few picks. Sand King Gomez, it does look like they're expecting perhaps the offlane, protecting themselves with the Night Stalker ban, as that does just ruin the backline, ruins the Storm as well once you've got the blink up. Just covering their bases here. For Nouns, I would say they do have a problem dealing with Storm once that zip is up. Like you don't have the best disables from the supports to kind of stop that Storm. I'm interested to see what kind of solution they have in mind here to get a little bit more hold.
We'll see. I mean, they
10
might need
seconds
something.
remaining.
Then again, like, Nouns might just be confident no matter what happens, right? They might just be like, yeah, we'll be right, you know? And I'm kind of curious as well, like, is it an offlane hero we're waiting on now for Mill again? Like, is this a pos 5 techies, pos 4 Coddle, and then, like, an offlane hero for Moo? I guess it must be, because he's the one talking the most right now, so chances are it is.
Should be. I mean, Gunner's just completely silent unless he lets his team just pick his heroes without his input, which would be pretty cool, but not very Gunner-like, but still kind of
5
cool.
No.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. Final ban. Focusing on the position 1 tier of SKG. They got rid of the Void. I appreciate the Omni Knight ban from SKG, by the way, John. Like, this hero in the core role has been terrorizing some pubs, let me tell you.
Oh, it
this
is.
Omni Knight.
It's a terror. It does a lot, especially from mid. I think mid matchup against Storm, honestly, it's not too bad for the Omni Knight. Storm has to come in pretty close to maximize his remnants. So the Omni Knight kind of punches that pretty well. It doesn't feel like a range matchup for Omni. So I can respect that they cover their bases. And we'll have to see what Sand King Gomez comes up with. Again, looking for that pause 1. I'm surprised now it's banned out Wind Ranger. At this rate, I feel like just let these teams pick Wind Ranger and, you know, maybe they just want to make them believe Wind Ranger is good. So in a pivotal match, a team picks it up and then suddenly it shows its weaknesses. So perhaps that's the mind game here from Nouns.
Oh, they'll go down the SF route. Some smiles here on the faces of SKG now. I like it. I mean, it's a pos 1 SF coming out, but we'll see how it does pan out. It's not the most amazing matchup, I don't think, into the TB, but I think it does decently enough. Like, raise damage is quite high, Requiem's quite nice, and you do have natural ways of, you know, removing some armor here. As Husky's woken up now. He was literally laying there with a blanket.
He was napping. Like,
Did he literally fall asleep?
I think he was just napping. You know, his hero's in the pool. It's like, all right, I'm done. I have no contributions. You guys figured this crap out. Let me have a break, which I appreciate. I respect that from Husky. Everyone needs a good nap, Mike.
I need a good nap, Jonathan. The newborn's not letting me sleep. So
You're a dad, Mike. You signed on to that. You signed off on your nap time.
Did
Your
I
child
sign up
gets
to it,
nap
John?
time.
Did I
I'm
sign
pretty
up
sure
to it?
you did. I am pretty sure you did. Even if you didn't, Mike, you did.
Okay.
It's your
I
own
signed
damn
the
fault.
contract without reading the terms and conditions, I think,
Yeah.
Jonathan, is what I've done.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a you problem, Mikey.
Yeah.
You're never one for reading.
No. Sadly, my wife's like, you know, Apple. It's, yeah, you got to read those terms and conditions. You never know. Nouns. Final pickup here, still requiring the offlane, and they're going to go down the Earthshaker route, which is either Moose here on the offlane, or it's going to be a Gunner mid-Earthshaker, I think, but we'll see. So it's going to be offlane Earthshaker. Yeah. All right. That looks like
Shaker plus Coddle, pretty decent lane. I'm curious to see if Nouns decide to try lane. I don't think they should. Terrorblade's really susceptible at level 1, so it should be just standard lanes coming out this time around. Interesting pick from Nouns. We haven't seen too much of the Shaker past its buffs. It does feel pretty good to have that increased range. Lane into SF is not comfy though. I'll be frank with you. It does feel like the SF can just play with the raises, harass out Moo. So it's not the best of times for the Shaker to just sit there, try to enchant Totem. You will have to play a little bit further back. For Sand King Gomez, this draft does offer a lot more team fight than the draft we saw last time around. It's not necessarily all in on single target focus. So they can bring in some fight in the 5v5. I think that's a big difference maker here for Sand King Gomez. We have to see how much Ducho can get out on his Mars, because you and I talked about it when we saw this from Shopify Rebellion. The Mars has just faded away, right? Like Saberlight gets to pick it up and has fun, but there's a reason why this hero has taken a back seat. And we have talked about Ducho being the one guy who has sort of struggled in his lane. Maybe not so much in the last game, but throughout all the series we've seen from Sand King Gomez, it does feel like Dutro's lane has been the slowest. So I want to see them be able to play off this Mars. It's a Mars Marana, which is a classic combo at least, so you can chain stun and harass if you land your spells.
Yeah, the only problem I have with it is Mars has felt really bad. Like that's my big issue. Like Mars just doesn't feel good. Against the TB, you kind of feel maybe a little bit better because, you know, it turns into the Metamorphosis. You have the arena, you put the shield up, you can block a lot of the right clicks coming out from the TB, but that's the kind of saving grace I see here. Apart from that, I do get a little bit concerned, as they are going to run right into each other. 5v5 engagement might break out very soon, though they narrowly avoid each other.
It's quite the dodge.
Wow. Watch is taken. So they're going to fight over this bottom river bounty by the looks of it, unless SKG continue to wrap around.
30 seconds.
Oh, oh, what?
Yeah,
There's nothing else to set up. I guess there isn't. Mo didn't even flinch. He just kept walking. He's like,
maybe he wasn't even aware. You know, he's just clicking on the mini map instead. It's like, huh?
The battle
it's all right.
begins.
Okay, well, it should be a 2-for-2 on bounties, I believe. Lelis is on the wrong side of the map right now. Lelis just hiding behind, pretending to be a tree. Ducho will not notice. Lelis is maybe just going to run south, but now Nine's going to find him. Nope, runs back up north. We'll see Nine on the Watcher. Nine will take back the Watcher. Lelis is still pretending to be a tree.
It does block the vision, you know? You stay in that one spot, you're fine.
That's a big horse, Jonathan. I'm not sure how the tree's blocking the vision.
Oh, you can shrink down a horse very finely, Mike.
Lelis is going to try for an early first blood, I think. Has level 1 blinding light. 9 is going to be the target. He does have level 1 arrow, so no leap charges available. Husky already getting the damage off, and 9 is just dead. Husky secures the first blood. And Lelis, with his position, actually ends up helping get first blood. Look at that, John.
Yeah, just good hiding, good flank out, knowing that the arrow was committed onto move, so they can just go in and bully. Nice little pickup coming out here already for the side of Nouns, as that does set up well. I mean, you don't really get activity there from Yamson, but you're more than happy to just have your lane open up a little bit more. Still, arrow does connect, but kill threat isn't that high. You don't have the spear ready on Ducho.
Nine might be dead. Looks like Husky will have to leave it. Did have a sticky bomb, but a bit too late, as Yamson's dropping a little bit too low, but Ducho's out of spells to throw out. Sadly, was one creep away from level 2 as Yamson juke out the arrow. Ducho desperately wanting the level 2 mark so he can have the spear up. Now doesn't have it available. So he can try for Yamson's life, but probably won't have quite enough, even if he does land the speed.
Yeah, just a little bit too late, but very fortunate. Oh,
Yeah, Nine's still level 1, John. 9 is still level 1, and the spear's not going to land. Husky secures the kill for himself again. Is Ducho, he's using a lot of time for this, but he does get the kill. Well worth it.
You find a trade. I'm pretty sure you're happy enough to just reset there on Husky. And already, again, a solid start for now. And Yamsen's just getting all the farm he wants. No real contention there. Still taking a look at that mid. Gunner on his Pango up against Lund on that Storm. And Lund is having a better time. And you generally do have a better time on the Storm up against the Pango lane. It's much easier for you to harass. You can just keep clearing out the creep wave, try to overload spam Gunner, and he can't really trade back unless he commits the swash or shield crash. So a nice different note coming out from SKG. Lund having, again, that comfort in the Storm. Should just be able to meet some timings. The aggression never ends down bot, though. Just keeping 9 down.
I mean, 9, at least he has level 2 now, but he hasn't skilled up Leap yet. It seems like he's thinking about going for Starstream. Now, and even the creeps are going after the poor guy now. Husky, gonna try for the blast off. 9, gonna avoid it. Sticky Bomb's gonna land. Husky, it is a level 1 Sticky Bomb, so it's not gonna do too much damage. 9 will be okay to walk his way out. But I don't know if he can actually go back to the lane like this.
Yeah, no, that's not a good time to head into. He'll try to make a play mid. He can nab an arrow with a vortex, but it's a bit too far forward for Lund. And the scan's there anyway.
Well, they know he's there. Gunner will keep an eye out for the arrow to come from the right side, and for 9, it's, you know, he's trying. As the top lane, Jubei actually finds Moo on the Pulse 3 Earthshaker, so a pretty big pick-off here for SKG at the top lane.
That is something that you'd want to see. Again, a little bit of a rougher lane for the Shaker. And Lullis. Dropping pretty damn low.
Charges. He'll survive. Does have a salve as well for himself, so he'll be able to remain in the lane. His bottom, Ducho falling quite low himself on the Mars. Will also survive, but has no regen to speak of, so he might be kind of screwed down at the bot lane. Like, what do you do now without regen? 9's got none either. Corey is coming out with a salve. So we'll have to wait for that.
Just let Yamsen farm try to soak some EXP up. It's not the best thing in the world, but at the least you're not dead. Still, Ducho 14-1. Severely behind in the CS department, just not able to do much. He salves up now. He's got a bracer, but could easily just get ripped apart. At least Metamorphosis is down for a full minute 40. So you don't have to worry about that. And you saw some signs of life early on from SKG going for those 2 kills, but as far as the lane goes, like every core of Nouns is pretty much up there outside of Lund having a much better time than Gunner. Even then, it's not by that much of a margin.
Top lane, no, being jumped, but he does get a fair bit of damage off. Problem is now he's copying the raise damage from Leonidas, and he's going to drop once again. Very hard lane matchup here for Mu. Still level 4 on the Earthshaker. And to be fair, SKG are level 4 at the top lane as well, but it does seem like they've got a this lane's well and truly under their control.
Yeah, it's a melee matchup up against DSF, although
Never mind, Husky's here. Beautiful thing about the Twin Gates, just allows you to do this on Husky. Securing a very nice kill on the techies. 3rd one of the game for him already. So he can literally just go back to the bot lane if he wants to. Mid. Gunner popping the Rolling Thunder to make sure he does not get taken out here by the Storm Silencer. And finds himself a nice little bounty rune, but he's going to have to get his way out of it.
Good aggression coming out from San King Gomez just to force out a defensive role on the side of Nouns early on, so you're not scared of any early rotations to try to play off the back of that, try to find a kill. You get the haste rune up and running as well for Lund in the bottle. So he's ready to perhaps get a side lane rotation down the line if he sees that opportunity. And it does feel like he needs to make some action happen, because you're having a decent time for your SF, but he's not going to join these fights too early on. You've had a much slower start on Ducho. You kind of need to compensate for that. Mars not going great. To be fair, Moo's also not doing so hot, but he will, no matter what, the Shaker will kind of look for farm anyway. Does go for the early Vanguard on Moo, so has some protection up. I'm curious to see if this is like an Aura build Shaker or if we still see the Blink prioritized here.
I think the Blink should be the play, but I say that he's still unqueuing. Like we don't know exactly what he's gonna want. It feels like one of those games though where you do want the setup here from the Shaker. We'll see. Give Moo some time to decide. Really, it's a much closer game so far between these two. Like still less than 1k advantage the way of Nouns. SKG doing a pretty good job in the laning stage here. It's all about what happens once you get into the mid game. It's where the big problems happened last time around. I mean, you still got the issue of Yamsun being top of the net worth board on the TB, and the thing is with Terrorblade is he doesn't tend to really slow down once he hits jungle, especially with all these agility items up. He just use those illusions. Very, very quick process here for Yamsun. So chances are he's going to be at the top of the net worth board for quite a long time.
He's going to be able to sit back and farm, no problem. This is where the Terrorblade does shine. Just use the illusions to keep clearing out the map. No one's checking up on him. Ducho does get some recovery time in his own lane, but you're kind of happy about this. Like, Terrorblade's just going to be able to take over. The SF can kind of keep up, but, you know, it's not really an illusion here. And illusion heroes just have been having a really good time when it comes to farm. You know, just the expanded map giving them more jungle space to occupy does feel pretty damn strong for these kind of heavy farmers. Sand King Gomez, for their part, they've had 6 for a while on Lund. Does have his Falcon Blade, is going for the Witchblade next. So, not going to be too far off. And
mid lane, Vortex, Arrow, it's all going to land onto Gunnar. It'll be a huge pick-off, but he gets some stick charges off in time. Problem is the Global Silence is not going to allow the Rolling Thunder to come out. So they will get a huge pick, but now with mana looking very, very low, Moo's trying to move in. Blastoff is going to land on at least one. They would love Lund instead, but they will not get it. Lund is going to be just fine. And so will be 9.
Yeah. Managed to bail out. They sacrificed Jubei, but not the biggest loss after finding that kill in the Pango. Now it's just taking what they can get. Still, you are getting a lot of free space out for Yamsun, and but misses the swash.
Ducho, meanwhile, bottom lane, gets the arena down, and it is going to buy him quite a bit of time, but the problem is Gunnar can just keep chasing. Oh, he didn't actually hit Ducho, so he doesn't know he's there. Ducho is actually fine to just TP in the Roshan pit. How unfortunate for Nouns.
Just 2 missed swashes on Gunnar. Missing the swash to start and the swash to follow through. Does allow a little bit of an escape for SKG. That does cost him arena, but you don't mind. Like, you're stalling out this aggression that Nouns is trying to look for. They'll have to try and take this bot tier 1 instead, which will open up Wisdom Rune control for the 14-minute mark if they do find us uncontested. Dutro's still hanging around the area, but without the threat of arena, I don't think you're really going to be able to do as much in that lane. Well, for the side of SKG, as you mentioned, Mike, a much better start to this game than it was in game 1. Even kill board, less than 1k net worth lead up for Nouns, but pretty much playable for the side of SKG. As long as they don't bleed out in the same way as we saw game 1. Just maintain this equilibrium, keep that farm game going on Leonidas, get these early item beats on Lund. Again, you can bring that fight to Nouns this time around.
Well, they're going to see the rotation up top lane. Like, there was an observer ward on the twin gates there, so Leonidas is very well aware that Gunnar's rotated. Just back his way out at the right moment. Bottom lane, SKG, they have 2, and they'll start pressuring the bottom tier 1 tower with the siege creep. Trying to mirror exactly what Nouns doing at the top lane. Husky is just staying around by himself. Just pushing out the wave. It's kind of funny with the items that this techies has. He has almost 100 damage at level 6. Right click damage, that is. Ducho. They need a run. Reflection was committed by Yamsun. Lilith does eventually get the Solar Bind. Blinding Light is available as well, but I think Ducho is well and truly far enough. He's even got the raindrop, so the damage just is not going to be there onto the Mars this time around. By the way, in case you hadn't noticed, Jonathan, the Blink Dagger is coming out on Moo.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah?
is under attack.
I do like that. It's like you said, they need a setup. They need a team fight to come in. I don't mind that too much. Durability, yeah, probably can come later on with the auras. Smoke out from Sand King Gomez. They've got their own blink up and running on Ducho, so should see some fights connect. Should be easier to land those arrows with a spear follow-up.
Oh, jump in, Husky. He'll be targeted. Not the most amazing target to find, but if you're SKG, you'll take it. Husky, though, is still somehow alive, still going with the disarm, gets the blast off as well, but will eventually go down. So SKG able to hand the kill over to Lund. And now the mid-tier 1 tower is going to be under siege. So Nouns, not looking to try and defend this whatsoever, are going to allow it to go down.
Just let it go down. You don't really want to force too many fights. Blink is flying out now on...
Oh, Lelis. Yeah, nice arrow from 9. Guessing he was in the tree line, and he was right. Lelis goes down as well.
Some nice pickoffs. And SKG, again, showing us signs of life. They've got the aggression lined up. They're hitting some early timings. They're giving space out for Leonidas. They're playing their cards right. Side of Nouns, opting to be a bit more passive. They will smoke up now with the blink up on Moo. Just need to see an angle for them to take. Gunner as well. Still inching towards that diffusal blade here. And they are lacking that control, just the control with the inhibit, a little bit more mana melting. Good angle to find here, though, for the slam.
Arrow barely not connecting on Lelis' gunner. He's already caught out. Oh, Ducho, he's right in. He found the Pango immediately, but what an echo slam out from Moo. Coming in from the backside, Moo just cleans up. Oh, he locked all of them down. Luckily, they got the Moonlight Shadow off in time. So Ducho and Lund can get their way out of there, but you've got to be worried. The Blink Earthshaker, it's never fun to play against.
It's a menace. And they find this really good flank up north. Gunner has to sacrifice to set that up, but it's well worth it in the end for now. It's 1.6k gold going their way off the back of that fight. Yamson gets to come in and clean up that bot tier 2 as well. We're not going to have that slam for a while, but it's a big reveal for Moo. And I like that he's going for the BKB. Just having that dispel for the global sound's going to feel good.
Oh, Moo actually just jukes the arrow by going behind the creeps and blinks out. Now finding Lund, or rather Lund's found him. His Moo should go down, and will. Another nice pick off by SKG.
Just getting some punishment out. Punishing that overextension out from the side of Nouns. But making them work for it. That's a lot of heroes to drag in just for the one. So Nouns get, again, a little bit of room to keep this farm up, keep this build up. Diffusal up for Gunner. Would love to see him kind of use that inhibit in the middle of these fights. Melt through the mana with a swash into the Manta next to have his own dispel for the global silence. Things are starting to line up a little bit more here on the side of Nouns. Sand King Gomez again, looking a lot sharper than they did in game 1. This is not a stompy game coming out for Nouns. There's a lot of bite left in SKG, and Nouns are having to respect that. Some bits of good news coming out here. Clump up for the bot tier 1. Should be able to find it now. Very low HP. No defense coming out from the side of Nouns. Nouns, for their part, they're more than happy to farm. They understand their timings in this game is skewed to be a little bit later. You know, Yamson's just not ready to fight. You need a little bit more in your Pango to feel tanky. And you just kind of sit back and just keep that build up until you feel comfy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yamson's finding a bit too much farm, I think, but I gotta say, London and their SF Leonidas, they're having a pretty good time right now. Not too far behind Yamson, as it's gonna be another smoke out. SKG, the remote mines. Oh, Husky, look at this, a lot of mines. Oh, Ducho jumped right in. He's all right. He'll survive through it. Lund will be able to zip right through and take down the techies. Oh, Gunner just pops the Rolling Thunder TP away. We'll lose Husky again. Not the biggest kill, but well, SKG, they're cooking right now, John.
They are. Managing to, again, get a grip in this game very early on. Good shake-up from what we saw in game 1. They know that they've got to play this one maybe a little bit faster than the side of Nouns, and they're starting to find that momentum. Leonidas gets the room to farm up into his BKB, not too far behind in comparison to Yamson farm. Neither is Lund. So you're almost about to hit that critical mass. Sanj coming up next for Lund for a little bit more of that stat resist. And for the side of Nouns, it does feel like you just need more. You want the shard to be up and running on Mu, just to be able to, again, get the follow-up control with the fissure. Gunner also just waiting for more stat items up. This is, this is the one of the low points of the draft for Nouns. Again, just needs a little bit more farm. More time that SKG is using very well up against them. Maybe not well enough to find the lead, but certainly enough to keep them on par here.
Seven to 9. Very, very slight net worth lead. Leonidas almost has the full BKB up. That'll be another kind of spike here for the SF. Ducho trying to go for his own BKBs. Just a lot of BKBs coming here from SKG. Arcane Rune even found out by Lund now, so seems like a pretty good time if they wanted to try and go for a bit of a smoke here on the side of SKG. I love the fact that Lund has literally had that Kobold just following him the whole time. It's giving him the gold aura as well. Like, it's 25 gold per minute, but like, it's still a free 25 gold per minute.
Just efficiency, You don't question it. You have that creep follow you around, you'd be happy that you get that creep following you around. It's a nice amount of gold that does stack if you do keep that creep for a long time. So nice little pickups coming out with the dig. And again, just kind of working the map a lot better than we saw from game 1. Nouns for their part, again, just a passive game. You're farming up on Yamson. Manta up, Butterfly next. Just wants to have this early impact onto the objectives. And the side of SKG, well, another smoke out here.
Here we go. Moonlight Shadow immediately popped as well. It's going to be a 5-man smoke from SKG. Problem is, they are going into mines. So, Aski setting up in a way where they know exactly where they are now. Now it's going to just move to the other side of the map, and Husky lets them know that he's very well aware that they are around that area. Well, there you go. A bit sad for SKG, but that is kind of the techies for you right now. In fact, one thing they could have done is just use they don't have it right now, but the Kobold, had you had one, just run it in first and see if it's actually got any mines around the area.
That is true. Kind of one way to get that done, which is why I suppose old Illusion Summon Heroes were kind of a weakness for the techies as well.
Right.
Wouldn't mind that too much. They did, if they were really that worried about some of these mines, I think you can afford to just kind of pop them, get a reset, come back in. Not the biggest deal in the world here for the side of Sand King Gomez for now. And so they're clumping around bot. We're waiting for Roshan to go through that gate, and they will have their opportunity to Rosh. With Yamson around, it shouldn't take too long. Metamorphosis is ready, but the smoke out from SKG, very well timed here.
Yeah, that it is. Roshan is going down, but it's a very slow process. SKG, they're going to make their way over at exactly the right time here to try and intervene. Again, there are mines to give information here to Nouns that they are coming. They'll get that information now around the Twin Gates. They'll know where they are, but Nouns have the low ground, so they're going to jump in. No, already finding 9. Slun trying to go into the back. Meanwhile, Ducho, he does get the arena off, but Yamson is there with the Sunder, so Ducho now trapped himself in a corner. He is trapped completely as they have taken down Husky, but Ducho has also gone down. Lund, in the meantime, still trying to find Gunner. Actually gets the Pango down. That's a big one. Keep in mind, Moose still has the Echo and does pop it right onto Lund, but he'll still just zip away. He'll be fine to TP up by the looks of it. They do at least get themselves Jubei, but well, now I'm not sure if they can actually deal with the Roshan. I suppose they still can with the Metamorphosis Yamson. They're going to move in and try again.
Still have time. Although not too much time, but at least the full Butterfly is up in Yamson this time around. Last time he only had Eagle Horn, so even without Metamorphosis, this shouldn't be too long. Onto the Roche. That secondary life should be going the way of Yamson here. Lots of confidence now from Now to just clear this up safely. Very even game again. 10 to 10, 1k lead up for Now. It's not a massive court 4 differential just yet. But the Ags does make Yamson feel a little bit more protected as he is farming into the BKB. So going a little bit defensive now on the Terrorblade, understanding he needs some control, some counter control coming out for him. SKG for their part, they're still ramping up. MKB coming out next for Leonidas, anticipating that butterfly pickup from Yamson. He's going to have his attacks just pierce right through. And you've got Lund, again, full Kaya Sanj. Falcon Blade, Witchblade up, has a DD bottled up, looking for the Hex, just more instant control. Will take some time, although...
Zip in. They have got themselves Husky again. Lund's having a very good game on the Storm. 4th kill of the game, still unkilled here on the Storm Spirit. I do like the fact as well that SKG just keeping grouped up here in this game too. Not allowing those solo pickoffs to happen here from now. It's just always sticking us 4 at minimum. They might have some issues though with Yamsun's BKB. Like, because the only thing that's really stopping Yamsun from going ham in these team fights is these stuns flying out. Especially from Nine and Ducho. Well, once you've got the BKB up, you're not going to be anywhere near as afraid as you once were.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now Torment is going to be taken here by Nouns.
No, a little bit.
Chance will go to the techies.
You do enjoy the taser on your allies. I believe actually feels pretty good on Gunner. You can swash in with taser. You can roll in, I suppose, with taser as well. So
yeah.
They have some good combinations on hand. Smoke out from Nouns. They find the angle, the opening they've been looking for this entire game.
We're going to try 9. He has leap charges. Rolling Thunder is going to be popped. One more charge of leap, and that was it. 9 still being chased. Nice little sidestep, though, on the staircase. Yamsun's going to move in, but can't really hold down the Mirana, but Moo can. Fisher will land. That'll be enough. It's just to support Mirana, though. Question is, can Noun find a little bit more out of this? But they are going to get themselves a tier 1 mid tower. Oh, Moo popped Echo Slam.
Oh,
yeah, he
that's
did.
what I heard.
Gunner, in the meantime, finds Jubei at the top side of the map. So Moo went to pick up the Invis rune, gets the Invis, and somehow ends up popping Echo Slam. Not really sure how he misclicked it, but he's pressed the R button.
It's fair. Sometimes you hit that R button, you know, you don't mean to. It happens. At the least you don't die randomly. I guess that's the upside. I don't know how that's connected, but at least he didn't die from his own Echo Slam. I feel like that could be a concept in Shaker. You miss a slam, you take lethal damage. Wouldn't that be fun? I don't know why you do that. It sounds like an Ice Frog thing to do.
Yeah. You should have seen the river he Echo Slam, Jonathan.
Oh.
Huge waves. It's terrible.
Oh.
The river will never recover.
It's still there, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it is,
Newsflash.
but
Mid-river's still there.
Yamsun, he'll take down the tier 2 top tower. SKG, I mean, they're kind of letting this game slip away from their fingers here, I think. Now the net worth lead going to 6k for Nouns. Not going to be any kind of high ground attempt yet from Nouns. Again, they are playing this kind of draft much more conservatively. It's just no need to rush either, right? Like, you're playing TB. You know
Yeah.
you can go forever. It's a TB. He'll be right.
Yeah, no pressure. They are confident in their scaling. Although I would say Sand King Gomez does have pretty good high ground defense. Arena is always something you have to respect. Arena Requiem is even scarier. You just don't want to put yourself in an awkward spot here on Nouns. Just get that safe build up. Leonidas does have the full Monkey King bar. And he doesn't care too much about that butterfly on Yamsun now. But he doesn't really have much of anything else just yet in the SF. So Yamsun should still be feeling confident enough if he did decide to push out. 4-4 matchup still feels good. Tormentor now being taken by Sand King Gomez. Anything but Silencer. It is the Silencer, alright.
Dire's middle tower is under
That shard is just kind of a meme.
It is. I mean, Core Silencer enjoys it, but yeah, it is a bit of a meme.
Of
for
course,
support.
Silencer, how often do you see that?
Thankfully, not often, Jonathan, because the heroes,
There you go.
not my favorite.
There you go, Mike. The theoretical just doesn't even exist.
That's true.
is what it is.
Well, I mean, he could time the Glaives of Wisdom Silence, you know? It's 4 attacks.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not that hard.
How does Silencer even do that? They smoke up on Sand King Gomez, but I have a question. How does Silencer enchant his glaives with his wisdom? Does he whisper to them?
Ninjutsu, John. Ninjutsu. SKG.
Sorry.
Smoke up is 5. It's a 5-on-5
Dire's
smoke
middle tower
situation.
is under attack.
What does the smoke do when you walk into mines? You just don't do anything.
That's true. Leonidas needs to be very careful because he's going to get stunned immediately. Global Silence is out. He'll pop the BKB, trying to survive through this, but Yamson is just manning up and fighting back. Leonidas, he does not believe in backing off. He just keeps going and ends up dying as a result. As Jubei also goes down, so does 9. Moon looking for another nice Fisher, not going to quite land it. Leonidas, I think his mouse may have stopped working for a moment there, John. Just felt like he was standing there auto-attacking without doing anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I get why. Global Silence was popped. You turn on your BKB. You feel the pressure to do something because Global Silence is a massive cooldown. Oh?
Okay, zip in. Yamsun took literally no damage thanks to the Glimmer Cape, and now the Echo Slam means Lund is gone. First death of the game here for Lund. He can buy back into the game if he wants to, but he hasn't really got teammates right now. Have to wait for some respawns to happen, and I think no matter what happens, this mid-Rax is definitely just going to go down.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's
Do they want to go for the second? Without Metamorphosis, I think Nouns should probably just play it safe,
Radiant's
and it seems like they probably will.
Yeah, they just don't overextend. They don't give these opportunities out to Sand King Gomez. Now it's play a very disciplined game again in this game number 2, and show a lot of respect towards what Sand King Gomez can do on the high ground. So back to just a little bit more farm, a little bit more build up here. BKB coming out next for Moo still. Yamson, Fold, Daedalus should be flying out now. Into the Scotty next. Your addition a lot on this Terrorblade. And for Gunner, he does have the Harpoon up, along with his Diffusal, of course. So he has a lot of presence on Pango. You can use Harpoon while you're rolling, right? You can use items. I mean, you could inhibit, so with a Harpoon.
You know, I still haven't bought Harpoon once in one of my games.
How have you not bought Harpoon?
I just haven't had the opportunity. Like, I've been playing supports for one. You know, that's what I play. And I just haven't had the opportunity to like play a hero that actually wants Harpoon.
Yeah, play Abaddon support and buy Harpoon. You're still a support. You know, there's some justification for you, Mike.
Yeah, but then I'm a support Abaddon with Harpoon. Doesn't
It's not
seem very
bad.
good.
Oh, it's
Is
not
it?
that bad. Yeah. I crushed a Monkey King lane. This was Turbo. And well, to be fair, my friend's
think
low
it's a-
rank, so I'm not sure. But I made a Monkey King go 0-18 at some point. This Nyx just stood in front of me while I was sieging high ground and just said 0-18 Monkey King. And I didn't kill him. That was kind of mean, but I didn't say anything in all chat. You know, I let them do the talk, and I'm like, yep. I did apologize
Well
at the
done,
end.
John.
I felt pretty bad.
Oh, well done, John. You ruined someone's turbo game. How dare you?
It's a turbo game. You just go next. It's 18 minutes of a stomp. Which is kind of what was the last game was. This time around, it's not.
are scanning.
But every minute of that 18 minutes was a death for Monkey King. I hope you feel proud
Almost,
of yourself,
actually.
John.
Yeah, you are right.
Dire's
That
bottom
was,
tower is
yeah.
under attack.
Universal heroes. As they go into Roshan, who's a universal thing in Dota 2, will be taken out
What?
for high ground.
What if Roshan became a universal, not hero, but unit?
No, I'm telling
We
you,
do
if you
that?
leave anything in the pit for 5 seconds, he should reclaim it, and he instantly respawns invulnerable and hunts down your team. That should have happened to Boom. Did you see that game last night? Oh my god.
I did.
Oh boy.
I saw We'd like to formally thank Natsumi for his
Dire's bottom tower.
moving on. Mounds.
Do you mean
Dire's
Tsunami?
bottom tower has fallen.
I'm sorry. You'll start moving in Metamorphs. Pop.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Leonidas. Oh, side devices up here on Lund.
Oh, that's big.
Could be. Aegis is up on Yamsun. They're going to try and get rid of the first life, though Glimmer Cape is going to do quite a bit of work here for Yamsun to survive as he gets the Manta off. Global Silence was popped. He is still just fighting back, though, and Leonidas is gone. Yamsun, he was going for a Sunder. It will not work out. He'll lose the first life. He'll lose the Metamorphosis, sadly for him, but it won't really matter. Like, the enemy pulse one's just gone without buyback. You can just right-click these Raxes down, and he will.
They don't overextend. Again, playing very disciplined here on the side of Nouns. They will back off. They've got their own Hex up and running on Lelis. He will smoke, trying to be sneaky and surprise them on his push.
Yeah, well, 2-3 top tower gone. Hands are up here for Yamsun. Zip in, Lund. Still trying his absolute best to try and deal with the TBs. He does get the side to buy, but there's your Echo Slam out from Moo, landing onto Lund, barely surviving, but he's out of mana. And the right click from the tick, he's not going to land. The Swashbuckle going to miss as well. Kind of gets tipped as Lund does get himself out of there. But the Mega Creeps are up. It doesn't really matter. Should be over. I mean, SKG could make a miracle comeback. This is Dota after all.
Oh,
They do go on to Yamsun. Yamsun getting a little bit low, but has Sunder available. He'll pop it. And that'll be Ducho going down. And it might just be Lund going down as he's very low on mana. And eventually he will go. As he does call the GG before he does die. King of the Hill here for Lund. And, he's gonna die. Yamsun's got it. Anyway, GG is called. Nouns get a 2-0 victory over SKG. And Nouns, that does mean they go back to being tied with Shopify for first place in the standings.
It's a great run so far for Nouns. It's a little bit rough for Sand King Gomez, to be fair. Again, they're playing with a sub. They're trying to integrate Jube, changes their style a bit. Game 2, again, a little bit more competitive, which is shout out to Sand King Gomez. They do well enough to drag that game on longer. They have some good tempo coming out from them. In the end, just not quite enough. Now it's still, again, the stronger team, as is proven here, and they have that path towards Bali kind of clearing up as the games go on, Mike. Very few series left. You're looking like it should be a shoo-in for the top 2, but you never know with NA.
No, you don't, because the irony is, right, like, not irony, but, well, hold on, we'll go through these highlights first, then we'll talk about it. So SKG, obviously, you saw, it was a pretty close game for the first half of the game, and this is where I think things start to really go the other way, is SKG, there was the big Echo Slam committed by Moo here that I think was the game changer, but you also saw Ducho getting stuck in the corner there by himself in his own arena. Now, kind of, it wasn't a great initiation to say the least, like nobody followed up on that arena. And I believe Moo, looking for that perfect Echo Slam opportunity, is going to catch Lund, but he doesn't quite get in with the Fisher to follow up. Nevertheless, though, they win the team fight, and sadly for SKG, it just started to slowly fall apart.
Yeah, it's a rough one to not really miss your timings, but not able to capitalize on them as much. Again, it was much more even. It felt like they had this good start coming out, especially for Leonidas, but they're not able to just use it to get these objectives, clear out the map, to enable Roche. It's just Nouns on top. Like, their counter initiation's great. Their magical burst was kind of online, especially Moo when the blink timing came up. For SKG, like, it's just, I don't know what to say. Like, you had this combination perhaps with Arena. I mean, your team fight was, again, pretty strong, but there was a couple of times where, Jubei has to pop Global Silence, and then there's, like, pressure on Sand King Gomez to try to come in. They're not able to really find kills, but they want to because they used a big spell. And then the punishment comes out from Nouns, right? Like, it's just pressure, mounting pressure from trying to maintain that momentum. Nouns, they play spectacularly well. And of course, we do have to give an MVP out. I do believe Moo on the cow is going to be able to pick that up, as one would hope he would. And he is literally playing one of our cow heroes. I believe Spirit Breaker, if he plays that, then it's instant MVP for him just by his name. But he has a spectacular game. It doesn't look that amazing in the stats, but, he does his job there. He gets a good blink timing. He has Vanguard. The fact that he didn't, constantly die to SF in lane is actually more than enough. That speaks volumes, because that lane should be atrocious for the Shaker.
It should be, but it wasn't too bad. I think he died twice in lane, but that was about it. And he kind of got it together and worked out what was wrong from there. So yeah, props to Nouns getting a 2-0 victory. We do have an interview with Lelis already, so let's head over to the man and see what he has to say. Mr. Lelis, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, feeling good. Another win. Always feels good to win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you guys are tied in first place again with Shopify Rebellion. I believe Shopify is your next matchup as well, so we're all very, very excited to see how that one's panning out. What do you... I mean, I know you're going to tell me you guys want to win, and obviously you're confident, but how much does it mean to you guys to beat Shopify in the next series and claim that first place spot in NA?
Well, I mean, it definitely means a lot. I think everybody on the team will be really happy if we got first. And that's what we're aiming for, just TSM was like probably one of the bigger opponents that we managed to beat. So like Shopify is probably the next. If we could manage to beat both and like get first, I think it'll be really good for the morale of the team. And of course, like it will give us a better chance to qualify for TI 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to me about the patch, Lilis. This new patch, 7.33c, you guys seem to be taking it on very, very well. You personally, how are you finding the patch? Do you enjoy it? Do you hate it?
I think it's fine. It's definitely starting to sink in a little bit, like the broken heroes. There's a lot of... some heroes just insane. Like this Techies hero is just crazy. Like his laney is just insane. There's not another hero that comes close to it. So maybe that needs to be nerfed. Besides that, I think the patch is fine. I think there's a lot of stuff to discover still. A lot of heroes that probably just got changed and people don't really understand how they work now or haven't been experimented enough. So people are still figuring stuff out. Right now, I enjoy the patch.
Beautiful. Go on, John.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you, Lelis. I'm curious. Game one was a pretty fast game, to say the least. It looked like you guys were having fun. When a game goes that fast for you guys, what ends up happening in comms? Like, do you guys relax a little bit more? Do you guys have fun with it? Or is it all like serious try-hard mode till the end in a game like game one?
It definitely can get clowny sometimes. Sometimes it's not that clean and some clowny stuff happens or someone dies in a clowny way or, we react in a certain way. I didn't think it was that short. It almost went 30 minutes. I did think we made like some small mistakes where we fed and then we delayed the game. But we generally try hard we try really hard every game to make sure we're doing what we practiced and what we think is good and avoiding making mistakes, just being lazy. We have a saying that is we do the board, is where someone just gets bored because of just farming and disrespect the enemy and then just dies. It's the classic, like you get bored and then you die. So we avoid doing the board and respecting the enemy and trying to get the most out of it, right? Like not at any point just, this is chill, I'm just gonna kind of be lazy. Like, no, the objective is just to take it very seriously every game we play.
I like hearing that. That's the kind of mindset that you'd want every single time for every single game. I am curious, you guys are, again, potentially going to Bali Major, potentially. It's looking pretty good for that. You guys have a lot of, LAN opportunities coming up. What do you think is going to be different this time around when you guys do hit those lands? Because it was a bit rough when you guys did go to Dream League. What's the difference between that Nouns and this Nouns?
I would say we figured out a lot of stuff. I think the team has, like, just meshing together has never been this good. Like, I feel like we're starting to peak now, especially in chemistry and just. We recently started working with a sports psychologist, so he is also just helping us a lot. How to like fix these communication problems or how to talk to people a different way, all that sort of stuff. He's just helping a lot with it. So I would say that it's very different in that regard from the Dream League one. Also at Dream League, unfortunately, I couldn't go. I had a back injury. I ended up just like not going last minute, and it was pretty rough. Like the rest of the boys went, and it's like I'm the captain, I'm not there. I don't know, it's just kind of cringe. I wouldn't say we did horrible in Dream League. You know, we got last, pretty fucking bad. But we felt that a lot of the games that we played weren't just one-sided completely, and we should have won. You know, there's always that thing, I should have won this game. We felt there was a lot of those in our games, so I wouldn't say it was like a total disaster. And now it's just, we feel like we're improving and understand the meta better. Everybody's playing a lot, and we've been trying really hard. I'd say everybody on the team like just tries really hard. Like, we have been putting a lot of time into it.
All right, I'm looking forward to see how you guys perform with a full squad on the LAN, and hopefully the rest of the tour as well goes pretty smoothly for you guys.
Lelis, before we do let you go, I'll just ask you quickly, how is your back? Has it recovered fully now? We all good?
Yeah, I'm pretty much recovered. I just have like a condition that I just have to deal with it. It's not something very serious, but if I don't like actually respect it and, you know, do some random stuff, it might just get fucked up again. So I did go to the doctor. Everything is okay. It's nothing that is major concern, but I just have to pay attention to what I'm doing.
All right, well, that's very good to hear. At the very least, Lelis, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here against SKG, and we can't wait to see you guys against Shopify. That is going to be an amazing matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be hype. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you then, Lelis. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lelis. Bye-bye. That was the lovely Les. Very well spoken man. I like his the question you asked him. The first question you asked. I like his response. You know, we don't do the board, right? We don't start messing around. Now, that's an important thing for a team like Nouns, I think, because you need to have these strategies like ironed out completely before you do get to a LAN. And although there were some unfortunate circumstances at the previous LAN that they were just at. Nevertheless, it's you know, he wants it smoothed out before they do go to the Bali Major, which I appreciate.
For sure. I think it's a little bit of the opposite that we get sometimes with Shopify Rebellion. So that makes that match extra interesting, because if Shopify does get the board, now it's just the kind of team to punish that.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we do have the scoreboard up here. Nouns back in first place, 5-0. SR. Well, they're tied up right now. They're basically both first place. TSM sitting in third still. The funny thing is, John, TSM we keep talking like Shopify and Nouns are guaranteed the major. They're not necessarily guaranteed the major yet, right? TSM still has a chance to move up to the second slot, though I believe that is on the condition that Nouns or Shopify loses one of their series. Nouns could lose against Alpha, Shopify could lose against Dogchamp. That's what it would require for things to change. And even then, I think it would be pretty hard.
Yeah.
Right? But it is still, I believe, mathematically possible for TSM to qualify.
It is. Again, it's Nouns. If Nouns lose to Shopify and then lose to Alpha, then you have the tiebreaker. If Shopify loses to Nouns and then loses to Dogchamp, you also have a tiebreaker.
Right.
So those are like the possibilities. For me, I'll be frank, those are very, very, very remote possibilities. It doesn't feel like those are likely, but they are possible. So there's still hope for TSM. And quite frankly, like, it's great to see Nouns. I love that team. I love to see them go further. But at the same time, this will come back to haunt them if it comes down to regional qualifiers for TI. If TSM don't manage to make it by points, you're going to have an interesting qualifier in NA with possibly only Shopify Rebellion qualifying through by points. That's a mess a lot of the regions are going to have to deal with. NA and Southeast Asia.
That is a very fair point. I didn't even think about that, but that is something that you can't not qualify. That's the problem, though. You kind of have to, right?
Yeah.
It's like you don't really have much of a... Oh, boy. Well, anyway, we've got the schedule for the next day. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Of course, Bait versus Dogchamp going to be the first matchup on the next day of the NA DPC. And, of course, Felt versus SKG. Now, these matchups are quite important for these teams to try and avoid getting relegated down to Division 2. Because all these guys are kind of in the danger zone right now. So you want to try and get those victories if you can. I think Dogchamp's really the only one that feels kind of safe at the moment in terms of not getting relegated, but they would still love to win just purely based on, you know, getting up in the standings. Hell, Dogchamp might even have a chance of overtaking TSM if things go badly for TSM. So, you know, why not? Like, you want to just move your way up and maybe secure some sponsors, secure a team org, something. Regardless, though, Jonathan, that is it for us for tonight. That's all the NA DPC we have. Of course, we'll be back in a couple days for some more great NA action. But till then, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you all again next time.